Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Town of Islip Planning Board for March 1st, 2023. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Just to go over the items on the agenda this evening. If the item is marked public hearing and you'd like to speak on that, there are yellow cards at the back table. Please fill out a yellow card and bring it up front. We'll call upon you when that hearing is being heard. I remind all applicants that your presentation should be 30 minutes or less. And I'll remind everyone from the public who would like to speak to please speak. Keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. We'll let you know there's a clock up there to keep track of the time. When you come up to the podium, please state your name and address for the record. We have somebody taking a record, and please speak as clearly as possible. That being said, first item on the agenda, Planning Board application, public hearing. LRAC LLC, PB 2023-002, east side of Lakeland Avenue, County Route 93, west side of Smithtown Avenue, approximately 830 feet south of Veterans Memorial Highway, New York State Route 454, Bohemia, 1589 Lakeland Avenue. Applicant requests a planning board special permit for outdoor overnight parking of registered vehicles as an accessory use to a proposed car rental agency in the Industrial 1 District pursuant to 68-340.1C. Site plan modifications are also requested as part of the application. Good evening.
There we go. Sorry about that. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Anthony Guardino. I'm a partner with the law firm of Farrell Fritz in Hauppauge, New York. I represent the applicant LRAC LLC, which is Enterprise Rent-A-Car, is seeking the special permit that was just mentioned. And the permit is to allow 31 registered vehicles to be stored on the site as accessory to a car and truck rental facility. I have Teresa Matera from Enterprise here, also Thomas Matera, Mattera, and Thomas Walsh, the architect. The property is a little more than an acre, located at 1589 Lakeland Avenue in Bohemia. It is currently the site of Paraco gas storage and distribution facility. It is located in the I-1 industrial district, which allows car and truck rental businesses as a principal use, and also the accessory overnight storage of vehicles accessory to that rent-a-car business. The site is surrounded by commercial and industrial uses, such as an auto body shop and a plumbing supply house. Across the street, you have Winter Brothers waste transfer facility. And to the east, across Smithtown Boulevard, there is an industrial building and a limousine company. Enterprise is proposing to convert the gas storage and distribution facility to this truck rental facility and car rental facility. It operates a truck rental facility now in Bohemia on Vets Highway, 3170 Veterans Highway. That facility will close and the operations will be relocated and consolidated with the rent-a-car business on this site. They will be using the building and converting portions of it to sanitizing bays for cars and trucks. And as you can imagine, since COVID, there is a heightened focus on making sure the rental cars and trucks are cleaned and sanitized after every rental. There will not be any fueling on the site. The facility will provide 30 cars for employees and customers, rather than 32 spaces that are required by code. So it's just a 2-space deficiency. There will also be 31 spaces for the rental cars and trucks on the site that are not counted towards parking. And the storage of vehicles will be screened from view by fencing and landscaping around the perimeter of the property. My client will testify, the board wants to hear that the 30 spaces is more than sufficient for their particular operation. And with respect to landscaping, although we will need a site modification or relaxation for landscaping, what is being proposed with this development is, in terms of landscaping, is significantly more than what's on the site today. And my client has reviewed the proposed conditions and finds them to be acceptable. So I don't know if you have any questions. Yes. Paraco. Gas and propane. Paraco.
Thank you. Why don't we go to a staff report and then come back?
Okay.
Any public
Okay.
comment, come back for any
Okay.
questions.
Okay, great.
We don't have any cards on this one. Anyone come in who wish to be heard on item number 1? Not seeing anyone. I'm going to turn to Ms. Wozniak to give us a report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The property is located on Lakeland Avenue in Bohemia, south of Vets Highway, and it's improved with a two-story building originally constructed in 1970. The building was most recently occupied by a gas company, and tonight the applicant is looking to convert the building and site for use as a car rental agency. The applicant is proposing to park 31 vehicles overnight in the rear of the building along Smithtown Avenue. The vehicles will be set back over 50 feet from Smithtown Ave, and they will be providing a 17-foot landscaped area along the eastern property line to screen the vehicles from view. The site work involved with converting this site for the car rental agency will require some relief from the board, which includes a landscaping relaxation, parking relaxation, and permission to allow existing overhead doors to face the street. In addition, this building will have a private car wash bay for the rental cars, so a waiver of the queuing requirement will also be needed. It is important to note that some of this relief is pre-existing, and the applicant is substantially increasing landscaping on site, bringing it up to today's land development standards, which will include an additional 5 feet of landscaping along Lakeland Avenue. Based on this, planning recommends the board grant the application subject to the conditions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Mr. Brown?
Yeah. Kelly, is there any restrictions in the CNRs that would keep the car wash from becoming a open business as a car wash?
Yes, that's noted in the site plan modifications.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from the board? Anything further from the applicant? Is there a motion? Mr. Brown?
Mr. Chairman, based on the staff report and the CNRs being executed by the client, I'll make a motion to grant the application.
It's a motion by Mr. Brown to grant the application, subject to the CNR. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Moriarty. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The application is
Thank you
granted.
very much. Thank you.
Item 2 on the agenda, Planning Board application, public hearing, SRE 45 Rannick Road LLC, PB 2023-005, on the east side of Rannick Road, south of Kings Highway, County Route 6, Hauppauge, 45 Rannick Road. Applicant requests 2 Planning Board special permits for the outside overnight parking of registered vehicles and unattached box trailers as accessory to a warehouse use in the Industrial 1 District pursuant to 68-340.1C and P respectively. Site plan modifications may also be requested as part of the application. Good evening.
Good evening, Bram Weber, Weber Law Group, 290 Broad Hollow Road, Suite 200E for the applicant. With me is Anne-Marie DeSimone from Anne-Marie DeSimone. Representing ownership, and Mike Biancanello from Biancanello, BIANC. He's going to do his card. For Bowler Engineering, who's our professional engineer, who will present the site plan tonight. If I may, I have a handout for the board.
We'll make those part of the record.
I'm handing you now is they're marked as applicant's exhibit 1. It's a color rendering of the site, as well as a landscape plan and a site plan. So this application is, we're here in advance of making improvements to the building. This is an existing 125,147 square foot industrial building in the L1 zoning district. All that we're seeking here are 2 special permits for the overnight parking of registered vehicles as well as box trucks, box trailers, excuse me. This is going to be part of an overall improvement of the site, no expansion of the site. The new owners of the building, there's currently a tenant there through the end of the year. That tenant will be vacating, and the owners would like to make improvements to the building and improvements to the property in advance of leasing it to a future tenant. So what we've come here to do is basically ask for permission in order to be able to go to market with the approval to park overnight trailers and trucks, as well as the site improvements. This application meets all the requirements of the code and the requirements of the code for the overnight parking. We've had some discussions and comments and submissions back and forth with the planning department. Mostly everything the planning department that is asked for has been added to the site plan. We've reviewed the conditions for the site plan modifications as well as the special permit criteria. I believe there is only one which we are currently not showing on the plan, which are the landscape islands in the parking lot. But other than that, we agree with all the other conditions. For operational purposes, as I'm sure you've heard before, the preference is not to add landscape islands to the parking lot. It makes it more difficult to plow and certainly maneuver. And we believe by meeting all of the other landscape requirements of the code, as well as adding landscaping and the buffers and the berms, excuse me, that we have sufficient landscaping and green space on the property. I have Mike here to walk you through the site plan briefly, if that's something the board would like to hear.
Why don't we go to a staff report, and if we have specific questions about the site plan, we can do that.
Thank you.
I do not have any cards. Did anyone come in later wish to be heard on this application? Not seeing anyone. I'm going to turn to Ms. Wozniak for a report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The subject property is located on the east side of Rannoch Road in Hauppauge, south of Kings Highway, and it's improved with a 125,000 square foot warehouse originally built in the 60s. Tonight, the applicant is proposing site improvements to expand the parking areas east of the building to provide for the overnight parking of 10 unattached box trailers and 10 tractor trailers. The proposed work also involves removing the overhead doors facing Kings Highway and installing 26 overhead doors on the eastern elevation. Additional parking for employees will also be provided on the north and east sides of the building. This plan was reviewed by the engineering division, and it was suggested that a berm be installed along Kings Highway to adequately screen all the trailers from view, and that landscape islands be installed throughout the employee parking area to reduce urban heat island effect. It is also recommended that the applicant provide a sound wall north of the loading dock areas to further deter noise pollution. Based on this, planning recommends the board grant the application subject to the attached conditions, which outline all the improvements stated above, and it also permits land banking of 30% of the parking stalls.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Mr. Brown?
Yeah, Kelly, do we have any, or Mr. Weber, do we have any elevations from Kings Highway?
We don't have elevations yet, and in the conditions, it does require elevations be submitted. We're currently working on those. Again, we're ideally here, the approval for the overnight parking will enable the owner to go to market to try to get a tenant and try to basically do a build to suit for the renovation. So we're going to have some proposed elevations that we're going to submit to the planning department as required, which hopefully will be approved. And then if a tenant, when they come, would like to change those elevations, we would certainly come back. But those are the elevations right now that we propose are currently being produced.
All right, my only concern was that I guess it's 16 doors across the Kings Highway. Was it 16, Kelly?
Yes.
I didn't mention it before. It's my fault. They're actually being removed from Kings Highway. So
Right.
they're being shifted to the east. So yes, that elevation is going to show now a new wall and no more trucks and no more loading docks.
That's what I wanted to see, the elevation of what that looks like when
Correct.
it's finished.
Yep.
But that was my only concern. The project, everything else, it's a nice project.
Any further questions from the board? Yes, Ed. Mr. Rajari? Mike, was it?
And Mr. Weber? Yes. Just to clarify, all the outdoor storage of the box trucks and the overnight parking of registered vehicles will take place on the east side?
Correct.
The new east side?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Either Mr. Weber or Ms. Wozniak, I know you said the site plan reflects mostly the recommendations. Can either or both of you just talk about what's not in the mostly, and is planning staff okay with that?
Sure. What I can say certainly is that the landscape islands in the parking lot were not added. The berm was added. The evergreens to screen the parking, the loading docks were added. Mike, you want to come up and just tell you? You'll just tell me how everything else is wrong. The only other things that were specifically suggested, in addition to we're locating the handicap stalls in front of the building, and making them wider, and changing the drive aisle width up along Rabro Road. And Mike can explain specifically why those changes were not made.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. As Mr. Weber had said, we're leaving the accessible stalls at 8 feet wide. They are co-compliant in that regard as compared to the existing site today where there are no ADA stalls and thus not in compliance. He also had said that we're not proposing the landscape islands in the parking lot. As he had alluded to, that creates a kind of a problem with the plows. They tend to hit them and then they get broken and then they ended up not functioning properly, and then it leads to soil erosion into the parking area during rain events. And one more thing we are doing at the request of the engineering department is we shifted the curb cut about 10 feet off of the property line on Duranic Road to increase that buffer. And then we changed that to a highway style curb cut from the existing apron style, just for easier maneuverability of cars coming and going.
Mr. Weber, have you read the covenants and restrictions that were submitted?
Yes,
And you're in agreement with them?
except for the one regarding the requirement of the landscape islands.
Okay. Ms. Wozniak, does the planning staff have an opinion on the landscape islands?
Yeah, so that was on the preliminary markup from the engineering division as a suggestion. Like I mentioned in the staff report, it's always a nice feature to have because it does combat that urban heat island effect when you have large areas of asphalt. I don't know if there is an ability to, design them in a way where plows don't hit them. I don't know, by putting like taller landscaping on them or something so there is a tree there and they know they're there. It's not just, low-lying grass that would be covered by snow. As far as how it, hinders the operational purposes of the employee parking, that I'm unaware of. But, this is a particular site plan that doesn't have a huge parking lot, I guess you could say. Whereas you might see in like a large retail center, you might want them a little bit more. Whereas this just has a lot of land bank parking and not too many parking stalls. So it could go either way, I guess.
I'm going to turn to Mr. Frugieri, then I'll come back with a question.
Yeah, this is a question for planning staff. I'm noticing on the site that there's not a lot of landscaping along Kings Highway now at all. And the proposed site plan has considerable landscaping along the street frontage. Can that be considered a mitigating factor?
Yeah, I think overall on this site plan, they could probably give me the percentages, but it kind of seems like landscaping outweighs the asphalt, meaning like there's more landscaping on site than there is asphalt area.
Yeah. That's the west side. Yeah, are there plantings on the west side? Oh,
There-
I see this green. I don't see any trees or anything in that area.
We were just proposing seeded grass. We could certainly add a few trees if that would please the board.
Yeah, so would you work with planning staff on that and then
Absolutely.
putting trees in the islands? Okay. Is there anything further from the board? Anything further from the applicant?
No, thank you.
Is there a motion? Ms. Frugieri?
I'll make a motion to close this public hearing and grant this application subject to the covenants and restrictions that planning staff has developed, with the exception of the landscaped islands in the parking lot. That would be amended to include that the applicant would provide some further landscaping improvements on the east side. Oh, the west side, or along the west side, and as well as the east side, there's a big grassed area, if you can add some trees in there as well.
Thank
It's a
you.
motion by
The new
Mr.
grassed area.
Motion by Mr. Frugieri to grant the application, subject to the covenants and restrictions, replacing item 2B, which is the installation of landscaping islands, replacing that with installation or planting of more landscaping on the east and west side. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Bruno. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? The application is granted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Item 3 on the agenda, planning board application, public hearing, Bay Islip Associates, Staller Associates, SP 2023-006, south side of East Main Street, State Route 27A, approximately 440 feet west of Saxon Avenue, Bayshore, 430 430 East Main Street. Applicant requests a planning board special permit for outside seating as accessory to a restaurant in the Business 3 District pursuant to 68-302.1E. Site plan modifications may be required as part of this application. Welcome back, Mr. Guardino.
Good evening again. Okay. Good evening, Chairman, members of the board. Anthony Guardino, law firm Farrell Fritz, Hauppauge, New York, representing the applicant Bay Islip Associates. I also have present with me tonight to my right, Carrie Stoller and Valentine Stoller, who are principals with Bay Islip Associates. Carrie Stoller, C-A-R-Y, and Valentine Stoller, V-A-L-E-N-T-I-N. Stoller, S-T-A-L-L-E-R. So this application is for a special permit to allow for accessory outdoor seating for the new Starbucks restaurant located at 430 East Main Street in Bayshore that was approved by this board and the zoning board and the town board. The proposal for accessory outdoor seating at this restaurant is not new. In fact, the outdoor seating was clearly depicted on the site plan that was approved by this board on May 25th of 2022 and by the town board on June 16th, 2022. Indeed, the May 18, 2022 site plan referenced in the covenants and restrictions required by the board indicates both indoor and outdoor seating. The failure to request a special permit for the accessory outdoor seating was simply an oversight that was picked up by the engineering division during site plan review. Then the proposed outdoor seating complies with all of the requirements for outdoor seating accessory to a fast food restaurant. The outdoor seating will be used for dining purposes only. There will not be any outdoor loudspeakers in the seating area. There will be no live entertainment or dancing, that's what the code says. The outdoor seating will not be used after 11 p.m. My client has reviewed the proposed conditions that were circulated by the planning department late last week. They have reviewed them, they have accepted them, they have signed them. So they are all acceptable. So I have nothing further.
Go to public comment. Staff report will come back for any
Great,
questions.
thank you.
I have Elena Torregrossa.
Good evening, town board members. My name is Elena Torregrossa. I'm the homeowner at 1 Swan Court, located inside Windermere Pond HOA. Elena Torregrossa, located inside the Windermere Pond HOA. I'm speaking tonight in support of the Starbucks and in support of the request for an outdoor seating permit. An overwhelming amount of my neighbors are also in support of this, but many could not attend tonight. After doing much research, I believe that Starbucks will help raise our property values, as according to research, properties within a quarter mile of Starbucks increased in value by 96% compared to 65% for all U.S. residential properties. Also, you may be hearing from a Jeffrey Hartman this evening. He is the current board president of the Windermere Pond HOA. I would like to inform you that a majority of our homeowners at Windermere signed a petition demanding a special meeting to elect a new board. I believe that Mr. Hartman and his board do not have the support of the majority of homeowners at Windermere. So I wanted to come this evening to inform the town, as I'm sure you'll be hearing from other homeowners about this issue in the coming days. In closing, I think Starbucks will be a great addition to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. That is actually the only card I have. Did anybody come in late who wishes to be heard on this application? Not seeing anyone, I'm going to turn to Ms. Wozniak again for a report.
Thank you. The property came before the board in 2022 where a change of zone and special permit was granted to allow for a drive-through coffee shop. As a part of that application, the site plan submitted showed outdoor seating. However, it was never requested as part of that application. So tonight, the applicant is formally requesting that special permit for 16 outside seats accessory to the coffee shop. The seats are located to the north of the proposed building and are protected by bollards from the parking area adjacent to it. These seats do not increase the required parking from the previous application. Therefore, planning recommends the board grant the application subject to the attached conditions.
Thank you, Ms. Wozniak. Any questions from the board? Anything further from the applicant?
Nothing further.
Is there a motion? Oops. Ms. Moriarty?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to close the public hearing and grant the application subject to the conditions.
It's a motion by Mr. Moriarty to close the public hearing and grant the application subject to the covenants and restrictions. Second by Mr. Brown. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? The application is granted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr.
Have a
Chairman.
good evening.
Thank you.
Item 4 on the agenda, Planning Board application, public hearing, Northampton brunch, PB 2023-007, west side of Foster Avenue, 417.16 feet south of Montauk Highway, 27A, Sayville, 32 Foster Avenue. Applicant requests a modification of Planning Board special permit conditions associated with PB 2020-008 in order to add seating and requests several site plan modifications. Good evening.
Good evening to the board. My name is Joseph Clemens, a partner in the firm Clemens, Clemens, a partner within the firm German and Clemens Architecture PC, located at 3275 Veterans Memorial Highway, Suite B11, Ronkonkoma, New York, 11779. I'm speaking to you this evening in regards to the 0.22 acre parcel situated on the 0.22 acre parcel situated on the west side of Foster Avenue and approximately 417 feet south of Montauk Highway, with a property address of 32 Foster Avenue, Sayville, New York, 11782. This application presented before you requests a modification of Planning Board special permit conditions associated with PB 2020-008 in order to add seating in connection with the proposed and previously approved minor restaurant, as well as the request for several site plan modifications. As mentioned, this property has previously been granted a Planning Board special permit and site plan modifications in connection to a minor restaurant back on October 28th of 2020. Since that time, however, the property has changed ownership to Northampton Brunch, LLC, care of my client, Miss Michelle Panciarello, Panciarello. Ms. Panciarello has been in the food service industry for approximately 15 years, operating multiple food trucks under Eat Me, Drink Me, a successful endeavor, to say the least. It should be safe to say that she would bring the same customer satisfaction and enthusiasm to the brick and mortar location which we are discussing this evening. The current economy, however, is making it more difficult to do so than anticipated. In response, we are respectfully requesting several site plan modifications, which have been discussed with the Town of Islip engineering and planning staff leading up to this meeting. As per the plans prepared and provided to the planning staff, some of the requests include a 6-foot-high vinyl buffer fence for the refuse enclosure to be enclosed with opaque fencing on an asphalt base, and request for permission to allow the existing overhead wires to remain. Also, in connection with this modification, the client is requesting a total of 8 seats be provided within the approximate 833 square foot establishment. Similar to the previous Planning Board special permit approval, a parking relaxation is requested. It should be noted, however, that this request does not have an impact on the minimum required space calculations per the Town of Islip subdivision and land development regulations, as the parking calculation requirements would be calculated using the most critical computation, which accounts for the gross floor area of the space and not necessarily the seating. As such, this should remain consistent with the previous board approval. In addition, per the provided site plan modification conditions, it is understood that the property owner is to provide a written agreement with the property owner of 131 Middle Road, in Sayville, permitting employees to park in their lot. As a result, a pedestrian path with a minimum width of 4 feet shall be provided connecting the parking lot and the restaurant in order to provide convenient access to the off-site parking. As you can see from the plan set before you, my client simply wishes to establish and maintain a property of which is in general conformance with the intent of the Town of Islip, while also providing something which contextually fits in with the surrounding area. The improvements requested will become a benefit to the local community and enhance the overall aesthetic of Foster Avenue and the Town of Sayville. Her food truck operation currently maintains a 4.8 rating out of 5-star review on average from the 85 persons who provided their feedback via Facebook, demonstrating her good reputation within the community. With Ms. Piancerello's many years of experience, along with her dedication to customer satisfaction, I have no doubt that she will establish yet another successful operation at 32 Foster Avenue. As such, we would respectfully grant the approval for the modification of planning board conditions so that she can do just that. And I would like to note that the client is in receipt of the draft planning board special permit and site plan modification conditions and is in agreement with them as provided. In the event, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. I do not have any cards. Did anybody come in late, wish to be heard on this? Not seeing anyone, I'm going to turn to Ms. Wozniak again for a report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The property was granted a planning board special permit for a takeout-only minor restaurant in 2020. As part of that application, the owner had to submit a site plan application with the engineering division, which was submitted and approved in 2022. A building permit was also filed in 2021 for a change of use to a minor restaurant. That permit was issued. However, the applicant is unable to provide the necessary site work in order to obtain a CO. So tonight, the applicant is requesting several site plan modifications that deviate from the approved site plan. These modifications include permission to allow existing overhead wires to remain, waiving the underground wiring requirement, permission to allow a 4-foot pathway behind the building instead of 5 feet, permission to allow an asphalt-based dumpster enclosure with a 6-foot fence enclosure in place of a concrete pad and masonry enclosure, and permission to allow a vinyl buffer fence instead of the standard buffered fencing. Although the site plan modifications requested are large in number, the applicant is still bringing the property closer into compliance to today's standards. It is also important to note that the building footprint is remaining unchanged and that the dumpster enclosure is located behind the front of the building and can only be emptied by being rolled out. The applicant has agreed to install new handicap ramps and sidewalk along Foster Avenue and provide the required concrete curbing. In addition to these site plan modifications, the applicant is also requesting permission to allow 8 seats within the restaurant. The previous application was limited to takeout only based on the limited number of parking stalls provided on site for customers, and it would allow the site to function more like a retail use where customers were not occupying stalls for long periods of time. If the board feels adequate parking exists to allow the seats within the restaurant and that the requested site mods are justified, planning staff has prepared conditions that grant permission for the overhead wiring to remain, an asphalt dumpster enclosure, vinyl buffer fence, and 4-foot walk behind the building.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? Ms. Cruz?
Hi, my question would be if the applicant continues to have food trucks, and if so, would these be parked at this site?
No, the food trucks would not be parked at the site. She would still continue to operate her food truck business, I would imagine, but they would not be parked at this site. I think they're actually completely different operations. This is more like brunch, where I believe the other businesses focus on different types of food groups.
Ms. Cruz, you want that added as a condition? And there's no objection to that?
No.
Ms. Fruggiari?
I don't have a question, more of a suggestion. I happen to like the application. My only concern is the lack of parking. This restaurant is as good as it's presented, and I'm sure it is. You're going to end up with some type of a parking problem, and there's no place to put your overflow of parking. And I'm taking a look at your site plan, and I see the bike racks take up a lot of space. And I'd like you to take a look at possibly relocating the bike racks and sliding the handicap parking over closer to the building. And possibly you can fit in at least one more parking space.
We'd have to see if it would dimensionally fit, just because it might be hard to see there. But there is a pre-existing ramp that goes up there for handicapped accessibility. I don't know if we'd have adequate space, but it is something we can look into.
Yeah, I'm only offering it as a suggestion. I'd like to have you at least take a look at it. You might be able to squeeze another parking space in there.
Fair enough. We will look.
Mr. Bruno?
This one's for planning. Number 3, we're planning is supporting the 4-foot instead of 5-foot pathway.
Yes, I guess originally on the site plan, the building department had asked them to put a handicap ramp in the back, but as per building, it is not necessary by code, so that pathway really does not need to be 5
Okay,
feet for two wheelchairs.
there's no ADA requirement that pathway be 5 feet?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Brown?
Yes, and it was my understanding too that you had a cross-access agreement with the church for parking, correct?
Yes, sir.
Which has a huge empty lot. And this is takeout,
That was a
Huge empty lot. Huge empty lot.
it has a huge empty lot. I forgot my second question.
Just for clarification, that is part of the covenants as well, that they need to have that in writing.
Right, okay, thank you.
Any further questions from the board? The applicant like to add anything further? Is there a motion? Mr. Brown?
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion to close the public hearing and grant the application, subject to the staff report and the CNRs being executed by the client.
Suzie, one point of clarification, we're going to add the additional condition for Ms. Cruz?
Yes.
Food trucks. The prohibition of food trucks at that location. And before I accept that motion, Mr. Bruno has a question. Does that include the seats?
Yes, it does.
So that is the motion by Mr. Brown. Is there a second to that? Second by Mr. Matamore. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Application is granted. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great night, guys.
Item 5 on the agenda, planning board application, public hearing, Neil Shore, Shore Properties, Inc., PB 2023-008, west side of Carlton Avenue, County Route 17, 2,844 feet south of North Residence Place, Central Islip, 267 Carlton Avenue. Applicant requests a planning board special permit for a school in the Central Islip Plan Development District. Office pursuant to 68-324D8A. Site plan modifications are required as part of this application. Good evening to the applicant.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Neil Shore. I'm the applicant. I'm SCHORR. I'm acquiring the property as contract vendee, be leasing the property to South Shore Charter Schools. The founder here is with me, Mr. Dermot Madison. Want a spelling? Dermot, DERMOTH.
I'm just going to ask you to speak a little louder if you can.
Oh, nobody's ever asked me that before. Dermot Madison, MATTISON. Okay, and I guess I'll turn over the microphone to him.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and the board. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Dermot Madison, and I stand here as the founder and executive director of South Shore Charter School, which was authorized by the State University of New York and authorized by the State University of New York and also the New York State Department of Education almost 2 years ago, to develop a charter school in the Central Islip School District to provide students in grades K through 5 with an alternative to the traditional public school system. I am a Suffolk County resident with over 15 years experience in the field of education. I also have the privilege of serving as a school administrator for the past 8 years. I am motivated solely by my desire to see students succeed. I've seen it firsthand, having served as an administrator in the charter school setting in New York State for the past few years. I'm excited about the opportunity to serve the community and to provide a school of choice for families. Following our approval almost 2 years ago, we've been searching diligently for a site, and we believe we've found a site that we would consider our forever home. The site is very ideal for us to implement our instructional program. We've selected what we believe to be the best architectural and engineering firm to represent us in this process, and we have confidence that the team that we have put in place will help us to execute this vision. As we move forward, I look forward to working collaboratively with the entire community and everyone that is a part of this rich region to ensure our students have the best possible educational experience. At this time, I will turn it over to Kevin Paul from H2M, who will take us through the application. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Kevin Paul, H2M Architects Engineers, 538 Broad Hollow Road, Melville, 11747. We're here tonight to as Dermot had mentioned, to ask for a special permit for educational use for 267 Carlton Avenue in Central Islip. We have been working a couple of months with planning and with the school to come up with best application for converting this existing, what was an existing three-story office building into a new school. And the plan you see before you is the results of that work. It shows the access to and from Carlton Avenue onto the site, addressing most of the concerns relative to how to convert this existing office building into a school. So if you want, we can take you through the application process relative to how we got to where we're at, relative to number of buses, number of students, number of parking spaces, people we've spoken to. We have a series of boards that we can show, unless you want to use the application paperwork you have in front of you.
We have the paperwork in front of us. If you want to walk us through that, that's
Okay,
fine.
great. Tom, can you just? So on the some of the concerns that we had and some of the issues dealt with, cross-access easement to both lots, one at the south side for the Sousa Fields and one on the north side for the Vesta development.
Okay.
Vesta, Vesta.
So we have the packets in front of us. There are people who are here on this application. There's a way for you to show those to the
Sure.
people sitting behind you. We can look at them on the
That'd be
screen,
great.
in front of us on the paperwork we have.
So what we've done is taken advantage of the traffic light at Carlton Avenue to bring the buses onto the site so they can offload students safely at the main entrance to the school, which is on the west side, not on the Carlton Avenue side, and then queue up properly along the existing parking area to make sure that we maintain site safety and provide a safe environment for the students. We've also spoken to the property owners to the south, the Sousa soccer field development, to provide parent drop-off so we don't have parent drop-off cars interfering with bus drop-off students at the same time on the site. And we provided parking and a crosswalk come from the Sousa lots across to the main access point to the school. Okay. We're obviously making some minor site modifications to accommodate the buses. It does not increase the overall footprint of the parking lot. And it does maintain access as per town approval to the future parking area to the north and to the current parking area to the south. We have spoken to the bus company that services the district to make sure that what we're talking about in terms of bus accessibility, turnarounds, and drop-off will actually work on the site. We've also made sure that, given the progression of the school from kindergarten and first grade, the first year, through the fifth year operation, that we're looking at kind of a worst case scenario for how many buses 5 years from now will actually be on the lot at one point in time. So what you're looking at is a projection 5 years down the road, kind of a worst case scenario for the largest bus that the school companies operate. We don't anticipate having those buses all at the same time on the lot, but just in case, just to show the board that we've anticipated what may happen, and we still are able to keep all the buses off of Carlton Avenue, do a safe turnaround, and come back out and access the traffic light at the southeast corner of the building. Some of the other issues we looked at were exterior improvements to the building to include playground space, ADA accessibility, and access to the soccer fields for play space for the children during the warmer weather. Have any questions from the board?
Just one question. You said you looked at playground spaces. That I don't see it marked on here. So can you point that out?
The north side of the building is a sliver of property adjacent to the north parcel. So the playground would actually be located in that area, away from the parking and away from the street.
Okay. Yeah, it's just not shown on the plan. So,
Okay.
Thank you. If that's your presentation, I will go to others who are presenting.
That's the presentation.
So we'll go to public hearing, we'll go to staff report, and then we'll come back for questions.
Sure, thank you.
I'm going to have Mr. Brown, the vice chair, just call everyone up to who's speaking.
Okay, Dr. Stephen Maloney. I'm up here, right?
Steve Maloney, Bayshore School District Superintendent, 75 West Perkle Street. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight regarding the application to consider a special permit at 267 Colton Avenue, Central Islip. A letter outlining the concerns regarding the granting of a special permit to the South Shore Charter School has been handed to the clerk previously for this board meeting, so I hope you have it. As you may be aware, the leadership of the South Shore Charter School has previously articulated its intent to actively recruit students from the Bayshore Brightwaters area. As such, the Bayshore School District is an interested and impacted stakeholder in any perspective. I only have 3 minutes. Okay. Is an interested and impacted stakeholder in any prospective approval considered by the town of Islip for this applicant.
We'll grant you the time you need to read the letter that we have.
Thank you so much. First and foremost, the South Shore Charter School cannot be granted a special permit from the planning board. It does not meet the requirements of the town code section governing the Central Islip Plan Development District, including the changes created by an amendment approved on January 24, 2023. The town code states that private and parochial schools may be allowed to operate under special permits, such as the one sought by this applicant. However, clearly missing from the code is any such provision for public schools. The South Shore Charter School clearly states in multiple publications that it is a tuition-free public school. Should the planning board decide to move forward with considering this application, despite the lack of authority for such an exception under the town code, there are a number of other factors that should be taken into account as to why 267 Colton Avenue is not suitable or safe for an educational facility. First, the site does not include any indoor or outdoor recreational space for elementary school students. Second, the location also houses commercial tenants. Upon information and belief, there's an indication that these tenants will not move out of the facility. Any school administrator would tell you this presents a number of potential safety and security concerns for students attending a school at this location. Presently, 267 Colton Avenue is open to the public and accessible without any limitation or restriction. Finally, no traffic study has been undertaken to assess the impact of the proposed school to the Colton Avenue corridor and ensure the safety of elementary age students from Bayshore or other districts traveling to and from a school that fronts a 4-lane thoroughfare that is surrounded by high occupancy commercial and industrial establishments. The Islip Town Board is compelled to deny the issuance of a special permit that would allow the South Shore Charter School to house a public school within the geographic confines of the Central Islip Plan Development District because there is no basis in the town code for such a special permit to use this exception. Absent a denial on those grounds, the planning board should deny the application for the other reasons articulated. Thank you for your attention to this matter and your anticipated cooperation in addressing the Bayshore School District's founded concerns regarding the unnecessary and potentially unsafe educational operation proposed by the South Shore Charter School within the town of Islip. Thank you.
Next, Guy Leggio. Sure.
And we'll make your letter part of the record.
So next, Andy Arcuri.
Good evening. My name's Andrew Arcuri. It's Arcuri, 125 Concourse West, Brightwaters, New York. I'm speaking on behalf of all residents of Bayshore. I happen to also be an attorney, and I'd like to bootstrap on what Dr. Maloney just brought to the attention of this planning board. The application in and of itself is defective. Unfortunately, they're not in compliance with the town code. As this committee is well aware, you operate under the guidance of the town code, and your authority comes from it. Respectfully, and I do say it respectfully because I understand that I'm attacking the credibility of the applicant, but respectfully, the code is clear and unambiguous. It essentially states that you may only consider this application in the event it is either a private or a parochial school. And in their own words, I actually listened very closely to Mr. Madison this evening, and he himself called it a public school. Now, it is a tuition-free public school, but it is nevertheless a public school. Now, the legislation that was enacted by the town code essentially stated that it had to be either private or parochial. With respect to that issue, legal guidance would tell you that it must be strictly construed, meaning that when giving construction interpretation to the town code, you as a planning board must construe it strictly as it is worded. It is not within your foray to say, well, perhaps they meant that it would also include a public school. That's not the case here. This is a case of clear, strict construction. With regard to the special permits, I point out the language that applies to it, and it says it must be private or parochial school. There is absolutely no mention of any charter school. There is no mention of any public schools. In fact, by its very absence, it is clear that the town intended that public schools were not to be on this property. So the application is defective on its face, and for that reason alone, I request that you deny the application. I think the other issue that's of great concern is the fact that with safety. And as a school board member right now in Bayshore, I will tell you that we spend a tremendous amount of time and effort and resources with respect to the issue of safety. On that issue, in the event that this property held even one other tenant on the property, you can imagine the cross between students and whatever business might otherwise still be at the property. I will tell you, as a public school, we're obligated to, during election time, on election day, we're obligated to open the schools. And that is a great safety concern. We have a tremendous effort to make sure that the schools remain safe at that point in time. This would be election day times 180 with regard to this application. For that reason, I request that you deny it. Thank you.
Deborah Kavanaugh.
Deborah Kavanaugh, 21 Walnut Street, Central Islip, New York. I'm also on the Central Islip School District School Board, and I'm also president of the CI Coalition, the Central Islip Coalition of Good Neighbors. As a school board representative and the president of the coalition, we highly object to this application for the following reason. One, it does not meet the master plan standards and it doesn't fill in. Two, as an educator and as a former retired teacher, it doesn't follow suit to be the best interest of our student. According to New York State, section 28453, parentheses A1, New York State law, states that a charter school is exempt from certifying up to 30% of its teachers. So that means 30% of the teachers hired, or up to 5 people, do not have to be certified teachers. Our children deserve to have certified teachers. 2, I agree with Bayshore when they stated that the building does not have any indoor playground facility for the kids, doesn't have space. I've been in that building, and when I walk around that building, I've been up to all 3 floors. That building can handle maybe 2 full-size classrooms, 3 smaller size classrooms. That does not allow for cafeteria. It doesn't allow for playground or any specialties. Another thing that's concerning me as an educator, and that would be as a parent, is it's on Carlton Avenue, on the section of Carlton Avenue where you have 4 lanes of traffic, 2 lanes of traffic going in each direction. And that's unsafe for our children. So as a representative of the school district and as a president of the coalition, we stand against the charter school. I don't want to reiterate everything that the superintendent of Bayshore said because we're in full agreement. And it doesn't filter into the master plan, which was put together by the community years ago. And when we did have the public hearing about the charter school, the only person who spoke in favor of the charter school was the owner of the charter school. And if you need to see videotape, I'm sure if you call the school district, they can send you the 2-hour videotape. Thank you.
Marie Edma.
Good evening, board members. I'm a proud parent of 3 girls at the Bayshore School District. My address is 51 Belford Avenue, Bayshore, New York. I disagree with any charter school anywhere near the Bayshore School for the reason that my first daughter graduated from the Bayshore School 4 years ago, and my second daughter is graduating this June. Congratulations to me. And the other one is in 10th grade. She's in track and field. Uh, if we have any problems for iSleep board members, it is not for a charter school. And it is not. We don't need any charter school anywhere near the Bishop School because we're going to lose money. The community already is so hard to handle with the police and the school and Mr. Lejo, everybody, Guy Lejo, who are working. Uh, thank you. Thank you very much for pronouncing your name the way your mother gave it to you. Um, Yes, and we are, and Mr. Gordon, our superintendent, expressed himself very well, and the lawyer. If you want to help the Bishop School District, or if you want to help the Islip School District, there is something else you could put on Carlton, which is a very busy street. Busy. I don't want to tell you how many times you go because they already expressed that this is a four-way street. This is not for school. This is not a place that is made for. We don't need to have any building that we have to make for school. This is not going to help society. The more school we have, the more money you're going to put in your pocket. No, we're going to leave it the way it is, please. And I really am asking you, board members, as a parent, as a beautiful parent, a concerned parent, if we have the education, myself as a mother, as a social worker, as a neighbor, as a sister, I will tell you, there is no reason for us to have any charter school anywhere on Long Island. Anywhere on this island. Once you leave exit 13 coming from Cambria Heights, coming to Elmont, we don't need charter school. I'm so happy the SUNY, the State University of New York, thought this is what they were supposed to do with their money, to come and disturb our peace tonight. But this is not what Bayshore needs. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Lisa Smith.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Smith, and I live at 67 West Lane in Bayshore. I'm opposed of having a charter school in Central Islip. I have 3 children. I've chose to raise my children and for them to come to Bayshore schools. I support everything that was just said here and add that this would take money away and have a sorry, I'm nervous. Take away the programs that Bayshore is known for and for the other school districts. So I am very opposed for having this charter school take anything away from our public schools. And as I understand, it is a for-profit charter school. So it's not, really a public school. It would be for profit for the person who would be starting it. Thank you.
Michael Krieger.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mike Krieger, 475 Lombardi Boulevard in the Village of Brightwaters. I'm here tonight to speak out against this proposed charter school in Central Islip, which will not only impact Central Islip, but also the surrounding communities. My wife and I moved into the Brightwaters community, Bayshore Brightwaters community, but specifically the Village of Brightwaters in 2008. We love the neighborhood, but we also were highly motivated by the high-quality school system. We have 2 daughters. They've had an excellent high-quality experience thus far. Tremendous amount of clubs, sports, and of course, their academics. The opportunities are second to none. When you take a look at what's offered in the Bayshore schools, such as the IB program, AP program in the high school, all the way down to the primary level, and the opportunities that the students have, especially with the new STEAM program that's been implemented. Once again, it's something that's envied by numerous people around the island, around the state, and across the country. Charter schools, as you know, siphon money from the public schools, which strips the opportunities away from our students in the public schools. My daughters will be impacted. Students in the Bayshore School District will be impacted, along with those in surrounding areas, and that's just not right. So I'm asking you tonight to consider everything I said, and not to be redundant with everything stated before me. Obviously, there's a lot of opposition to this proposal. This is very serious. As an educator myself, along with my wife being an educator and numerous educators in the room here tonight, we feel very strongly about what we do. We work hard for it. They say you get what you pay for. And as taxpayers, many of us live in the community as well. We don't want to see that hurt by this proposal here. So once again, I'm strongly opposed to this charter school, and I ask you to think about everything that's been stated here tonight thus far, and I'm sure there'll be more stated as well. Thank you.
I have Ms. Borkowski.
Good evening, Mary's Borkowski. No problem. Good, okay. Mary's Borkowski, 22 Dove Lane, Bayshore. So my name is Mary's Borkowski. I'm a parent in Bayshore, a taxpayer, and I vote at every local and national election. I'm here to speak against the application for the special permit for school, also known as South Shore Charter School, in a central isolated planned development district. We fought the charter school industry in Bayshore Broward school communities for over 20 years, back in the late 90s, 2000s, and again the last 2 years. Corporate charter schools strip funding from public schools in our communities. In 21 of New York's most charter-saturated districts, 61% of their foundation increases over the past 5 years on the charters. These districts could have invested $2 billion in student support. Instead, they were mandated to pay $1.2 billion to corporate charter schools. The charter schools industry doesn't play by the same rules. They cherry pick their students. Corporate charter underserved students with disabilities and English language learners. I myself used to be one. New charter schools, such as South Shore Charter School, will drain resources from school districts that serve communities with highest needs, such as Bayshore, Brentwood, and Central Islip, sending funds to corporate charter networks with different rules that lack transparency and accountability. Unlike public schools, charter schools are not locally controlled. And charter schools are motivated by profits, not community. Lastly, I am categorically and unequivocally against the PB 2023-008 application for a special permit for schools. Me, as well as I have 260 letters against it as well. And with that, I yield my time. Thank you very much.
Mike Puntillo.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Nice to see you again. Mike Puntillo, Puntillo. I am here from Vesta Development. As you recall, I am the developer of the property immediately to the north of the applicant's site. And full disclosure, I have met with the applicant. They reached out. I'm here simply to ask that the board take into consideration the approval I received to connect my property through the currently town-owned parking lot behind the building. The update that I didn't get to share with the applicant or that the board is not aware of, but has been brought to the attention of the planning department, is that Suffolk County Department of Public Works has reviewed the plan and has required or will be requiring that the entrance to the medical clinic, which is the building that I received approval for, one of the buildings I received approval for, has an entrance only on Carlton Avenue, which places the need to have the access to that parking lot in the rear for the exit so they can get to the traffic light, as opposed to having to drive all the way through the property to the north. So I would just ask that the board take that into consideration in the review of the application and that that approval is in place. And apart from that, I certainly do not object to the use and want to be a good neighbor, but we certainly need you to look at that and take it into consideration. It was approved. And given Suffolk County DPW's request, it's just that much more important. So thank you.
Those are all the cards we have. Did anybody come in later who wishes to be heard? Please come on up, state your name and address for the record, and please fill out a card afterwards. Thank you. And the gentleman, I think, turned in the 260 letters. We'll make those part of the record.
Good evening. I'm Richard Lochner. I'm the speak up. Okay. It is Lochner, Loeschner. I am the superintendent of schools of Brentwood School District. As you know, it's a school district of close to 19,000 students. I currently have 18 school buildings. And I understand that this is particularly about that site on Carlton Avenue. So that's what I'll speak to. Obviously, lots of people are against the charter school on its face. Obviously, I'm opposed to that as well for many reasons that have been stated here this evening. But I'd really like to just spend a few moments on the building itself. I've actually gone there twice and done a site visit. I'm concerned for the safety of our students, and I am glad that they actually looked into the bus route, because that was one of my concerns, and I believe that was addressed this evening. But there's many more that have not been addressed, and that's really of my concern. The windows are actually stationary, and I'm not sure if that is going to be addressed or it should be addressed this evening, but that's a huge safety issue. So I'm concerned about the egress for students. If they actually build classrooms, it's my understanding that every single one of those windows should be replaced, because they have, it's obviously part of state law that they have to have an egress throughout a window. All of those windows, when I did a site visit, are stationary. There's also only a front door that's just 2 doors wide and a single door on the north side of the building. So I'm very concerned if we put students, Brentwood students, Central Islip, and Bayshore students in that building, that there is not a safe way for students to leave the building in case of an emergency. And I did not hear that addressed this evening. Also, then I could go into the interior of the building even more. I think that's been addressed this evening. However, the cafeterias, the gym space, there are none there now. I'm also concerned about the current bathroom situation, that there also has to be a certain amount of bathrooms accessible for students as well as faculty. I don't believe in its current state that those conditions will be met. So there's lots of work that needs to be done to this building before it could safely house students. I don't see how that was presented this evening to my satisfactory. Obviously, on the face, I'm against charter schools, but I'm just looking at this particular site this evening. I don't believe, I think it is a long, long, long way from it being converted to a safe school for our students. So I obviously am against this petition.
Thank you. Did anyone else come in and wish to be heard on this application? Not. Is that a yes? Come on up.
Hi, Jennifer Brownyard, Brown like the color, Y-A-R-D, 4 Grace Court, Bayshore. Just quickly, I am the Vice President of the Bayshore Board of Education, full disclosure, and regardless of how anyone here emotionally feels about the charter school, what we really are objecting to here tonight is the fact that based on your own code, if the building itself is not coded for a public school. And just a reminder that the charter school is a public school, regardless of whether it's different than our public school. So just kind of a wrap up of that. Thank you so much for all your time.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on the application? Not seeing anyone. Does this gentleman, nope, okay. Not seeing anyone, I'm going to turn to Ms. Wozniak for a report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The subject property is located on the west side of Carlton Avenue, just north of the Sousa Sports Fields. It is currently occupied by a 3-story office building, and the applicant is looking to convert the building into a charter school. The project will be phased into the building, but the school will eventually occupy the entire structure with a maximum student occupancy of 450 students, grades kindergarten to 5th grade. The charter school is going to purchase the town parking lot to the west of the building for employee parking and bus queuing. And then parent pickup and drop off will occur on the Sousa parking lot south of the building, worked out via a parking agreement between the school and Sousa. A crosswalk will be provided connecting the Sousa lot to the school, in addition to a crosswalk connecting the school to the soccer field to the west of the building to allow use of the fields for the students. As shown on the submitted site plan, at maximum building build-out, there will be 10 large school buses, which will queue in the employee parking lot. This lot will be used for employees only, as cars will not be able to move in and out of the stalls when the buses arrive. If 10 buses are on site all at once, there may be some conflict with parents trying to access the Sousa parking lot if they come in at that same light on Carlton Avenue. It is also important to note that the property directly north of the school was the subject of a change of zone and will be improved with the medical clinic building. As part of that application, the property owner must improve additional parking on the town parking lot and maintain cross access between those two parcels. The parking stall improvement is the result of necessary parking for the medical use, and the cross access was at the direction of the county DPW that limited the medical office curb cut on Carlton Avenue to an in only. As a result of concerns of people exiting the medical office, would cut across Carlton Avenue to make a left at that light. Requiring cross access would allow people exiting the medical clinic to cut through the parking lot and make a left at the office building light. There are some concerns with this plan, as patrons exiting the medical office would be unable to do so when the buses are queuing in the parking lot. It was suggested that a crash gate be erected at this cross access during drop-off and pickup times. Planning has also reached out to the county to determine if cross access is absolutely necessary or if it could be eliminated and the medical clinic curb cut could be modified to an in and out curb cut. Planning has not obtained comments back from the county regarding the school or the cross access, and the town lot has not yet been purchased or approved for purchase by the town board. So based on this, planning recommends the board reserve decision tonight in order to address the comments and concerns heard by the public and allow time to get input from the county.
Thank you. Mr. Brown.
Oh, yes, for the applicant. A lot of questions tonight from the public, and a few of them I like to, one of the last speakers, I think, was Mr. Lockner that spoke, and he was speaking about the building itself. He was talking about the windows, he was talking about interior play, he was talking about, which you probably heard all the testimony, and I wish you could speak to that.
Absolutely. So, so pending the approval of the planning board, H2M has already gone into the building, looked at the systems, looked at what needs to be changed or altered to make the building SED approved, which would include changing out the fixed windows to egress units, adding additional doors and access points based on occupancy. So all that, the building has to be brought up to current code relative to occupancy for our students based on New York State Building Code and SED, State Education Department Code. We looked at that. We see there's no issues doing that basically on every floor. In terms of play, we do have an exterior playground on the north side of the building, as well as access to the Sousa fields for exterior play for the kids. We're still working on trying to carve out some internal play space for the kids. We do have floor plans that people can review that show the cafeteria, classroom sizes, number of students, number of toilets that have to be modified. That's all part of the record. We wouldn't come before you if we didn't think this building could be modified and put to good use as a school, okay? I can't speak, I'm not an attorney, I can't speak to the defective application. The way I read the code, you have that up? My phone's over there. I don't quite understand how it doesn't apply since it mentions elementary schools, actually all kinds of schools, dance schools, vocational schools. So once again, not being an attorney, I can't address that concern, but I'm sure the board will take it under consideration. There will be no tenants sharing the space with students since we made the initial application.
When you say sharing space, will there be other tenants in the building
There will
itself?
be no other tenants in the building itself when the students occupy the space. We're pushing that date out a little bit. to make
Just
sure-
clarification, you said when the students occupy the space, or meaning when the school
So,
opens or
When
different
the
hours?
school opens, there will be
Okay.
no tenants in the space. It'll be purely students. So there will be no phasing issues relative to maintaining public occupancy for office use and school use. We didn't really weren't requested to do a traffic study. I guess that once again might be a request to the board. But given the activity on Carlton, it didn't really seem necessary relative to the number of buses initially. 3 or 4 buses a day in the morning, 3 or 4 buses a day in the afternoon, with a maximum of 8 to 10, 4 or 5 years out, depending on student enrollment. But certainly something we're willing to work with the board on. Some of the other issues that came up. This is not a for-profit school. This is a not-for-profit school. So I'm not quite sure where some of the information is coming from, but that we know. The teacher certification, once again, that's Dermot's deal. I can't imagine that I want to send my child to a charter school that didn't have all of its teachers certified. So I think that's basically something that and I'm not an educator either, but something the market would kind of determine. If the state allows that to happen, there must be a reason for it. But certainly that's an internal working of the school and really not a point of discussion for tonight. I think. So once again, not an attorney, but permitted uses, non-degree granting schools, including non-degree granting schools, including self-defense, dance, swimming, gymnastics, and similar instructions programs, except those associated with manufacturing or truck driving. Use is permitted by special permit from planning board after a public hearing. Private or parochial schools, including preschool programs, elementary and secondary schools, and vocational schools. Once again, I'd have to wait for the school's attorney to weigh in on how the board applies that part of the code. I believe I've answered all the questions relative to the building itself. Are there any other questions from the board?
Before you go, Mr. Frugieri has some questions for you.
I just want to follow up with Mr. Brown's question regarding the building itself, because as I see it, the building size is only 29,000 square feet.
Correct.
And you're proposing 450 students.
Correct.
With my math, that would require at least 12 classrooms. You need a cafeteria, you need bathrooms, you need a gymnasium. How do you propose to fit all of this in a 29,000 square foot building?
Once again, we have preliminary plans that outline all the classrooms, number of students in the classrooms, cafeterias, toilets. They're all on the preliminary plans.
What would your average number of students in a classroom be?
It depends on the age of the students, kindergarten, first, second, third, or fourth grade. Once again, it's I don't have that information in my head, but we're prepared, once again, on our internal alteration plans to kind of support that once we get through it.
Okay.
So 375? It's 5 grades, 375 students total, not 450.
So it's not 450.
Yeah.
I mean, first on those questions itself, the state education department will license you, taking into account the facility, that you meet the needs in the facility in terms of the size, classroom size, and where are you in that process?
We've had preliminary discussions with the state relative to, once again, the application. And so, but we won't make the formal application until after planning has approved it. Because it's the SED, usually it's 12 to 16 weeks from approval on the plans based on the backup they have currently. So it's quite a process to get through the permitting. But typically, H2M represents over 30 school districts in New York State. This is one of the things we do on a regular basis. I've got 65 people specifically just in education that do this daily. So we've reviewed this, and we don't really see it as an issue relative to SED approval.
And I'll go to Mr. Frugari, then I'll come back to my question. Mr. Frugari?
Yeah, just one more question about the application itself. Have you prepared a traffic impact study?
No, we have not.
Okay. I think at a minimum, you would need a traffic impact study, and that traffic impact study has to take into account not only the traffic that's existing now on Carlton Avenue, but it has to take into account the traffic from the proposed development that was recently approved.
No, absolutely. Plus the soccer fields. And once
Soccer
again, we've
fields
got,
and everything else.
We have a lot.
There's
of
a lot
stuff.
going on.
There's a lot of stuff
Yeah.
going on. I don't disagree.
So there's a lot of variables that this board doesn't have answered to make a decision.
And the other thing that I would ask that came up this evening is the fact that those using the medical office would have to exit through where the buses are loading or unloading or queuing in order to get out of the parking lot.
Right.
I
Currently,
have-
based on the county's request.
Correct. Well, that's what we're looking at with the county's request.
request.
I mean, that's what's in front of us right now.
Correct.
So that needs to be addressed as well.
Yes.
In terms of the educational, I know that was, well, the issue raised is whether or not you're a public school or a private school. For zoning purposes, we've asked this question to our council, and under zoning laws, they would be considered, and this comes from the state education department, I think it was section 2853, if you want to look it up, would make them considered a non-public school for the purposes of how we consider them for zoning. So that's the question that we've already posed. I will ask council, based upon the comments made on the record this evening, to revisit that based on the record by the attorney as well as the superintendent from Bayshore. So we can revisit that. I just want to be clear that our role here this evening, the state legislature decides whether or not there are charter schools in the state of New York. We don't make that decision. We're not here saying we're in support or against charter schools. Our decision here is basically a zoning or a planning issue only. So we look at the town code for planning. Our personal opinions on whether we support charter schools or do not really come into play. So we'll be looking at it from a planning and a zoning perspective when we look at this and can make all those considerations. Mr. Bruno.
Mr. Paul, I just want to clarify, looking at your drawings, are you saying the conclusion was that the maximum number of students was going to be 375? The site plan calls for K through 4. You had a chart of student enrollment that went through to grade 5. As I understand, and looking at your floor plans, it appears that what we're saying is you're only going up to grade 4. Is that the decision that we're hearing? Mr. Shore seems to be nodding his head.
So currently K through 4.
Right. In other words, so we should drop that out. That other 75 is what drops out, gets you to the 450, and none of your floor plans indicate any 5th grade rooms.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so to Mr. Bruno's point, you should resubmit. What we have in front of us right here does say 450 on it.
Yeah.
So are there further questions from the board? Ms. Bruce?
Good evening. I just wanted to let you know, I worked in this building for 12 years with my previous employer, so I know the building very well. And yes, I know you're going to redo the windows. I don't know if you're going to submit better plans, but how do you expect these kids, in case of an emergency, to get out other than staircases internally? How do the windows work on the outside? And again, I don't see any play area because again, in the wintertime, where are you going to put the kids? Yeah, you can use Sousa during the spring and fall, but in the wintertime, where are the kids going to go?
Yeah, we're currently working on trying to carve out some space in the wintertime for the children. Windows, all the windows have to be changed out to be egress windows, which means they would open and allow for access based on state code. Well, on the first floor, they would jump out. On the second floor, they would, like any other school with egress. No, they wouldn't jump out of the second or the third floor. That would come with assistance typically from the local fire departments. But usually we don't want them at the windows jumping out. We want them using the internal stairs. Okay, so there will be enough internal stairs to allow for code sanctioned egress from every portion of the building.
Thank you. So obviously, there were concerns raised this evening on the planning and zoning side that deal with safety,
Mhm.
that deal with the amount of space versus the number of students, traffic, particularly in the lot, if cars are going to have to exit the medical office through the parking lot. The plans do not currently show. I know you pointed out the space on here that would be used for recreational, but I think we need to resubmit plans showing the recreational space. So I think getting all those things answered will help us from a planning and a zoning perspective make a final review on this application. Obviously, anything you're going to submit to the State Education Department, any approvals from them obviously would be required as well for us to proceed. Are there further questions from the board? Would the applicant like to add anything further?
I'd like to thank the board for entertaining our application, and we look forward to speaking with you again.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Mr. Moriarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion that we close tonight's public hearing and reserve decision.
It's a motion by Mr. Moriarty to close the public hearing and reserve the decision. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Brown. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions were reserved. Thank you.
Board.
Just going to go off the record for a minute so everybody can exit the room so we can do the next hearing. Mr. Kennedy, if you're here, if you want to come up and set up, we're going to, oh, you're right there. There you are. We'll call on you in 2 seconds.
Thank
If I can just ask everyone who's on this application to take your conversations to the hallway just so that we can get the next hearing going. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You do better than Chuck said. It's the litmus test for getting all right. That's right there.
I think it's go wrong. Okay, we're going to go back on the record. Next item on the agenda, Town Board Application Public Hearing, Barone Management LLC, CZ 2022-033, east side of Blydenburg Road, approximately 233 feet north of Milne Avenue, Hauppauge, 471 Blydenburg Road. Applicant requests a change of zone from Residence AAA to Industrial 1 in order to construct a warehouse. Applicant further requests a planning board special permit for outdoor or overnight parking of registered vehicles and as an accessory use to a principal use pursuant to 68-340.1C. Site plan modifications are requested as part of this application. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. For the applicant, Brian Kennedy, partner with the law firm Kennedy, partner with the law firm of Forcelli, Deegan, Tirana, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York. As Mr. Chairman stated, the applicant is before this board seeking a change of zone from the existing zoning Residence AAA to Industrial 1 zoning, as well as the planning board special permit to allow for the outdoor storage of overnight vehicles. Subject property is approximately 10 acres in site, located on the east side of Blydenburg Road, approximately 233 feet north of Milne Avenue. Adjacent to the property on the north is a wastewater treatment facility owned and operated by Suffolk County. East is a single-family residential home. South of the property is an industrial facility and residential homes. And to the west is the Town of Islip landfill. Site is presently occupied by a 392-foot tall steel telecommunications tower that is visible from all nearby properties. The applicant is proposing a single
warehouse, building at the site, and nothing else. The north side of the building would contain loading docks with vehicle parking located along the southern portion of the building. There would be additional parking located all along the other sides of the site. As currently designed, there are 98 land bank parking stalls proposed. Outside of the parking lot, the current design proposes a retaining wall with screened fencing along the entire site. This will significantly limit the impact of this proposed development on any neighboring property. Now, the current neighboring properties, the current footprint proposes a 181-foot setback from the northern property line, an 88-foot setback from the rear property line, and a 114-foot setback from the southern property line. These setbacks comply with the special use permit requirements set forth in the code, but for a small variance required from the 200-foot setback requirement for the overnight parking of vehicles. This plan misses that by a mere 19 feet. Now, before this board hears testimony from the project consultants, I'd like to speak briefly about the prior application that this board heard back in June of 2020 as it compares to the application that is before the board today. The prior application proposed two buildings totaling over 180,000 square feet of building space and a 160-foot tall monopole tower. The proposed self-storage facility was 46 feet tall. The warehouse facility previously proposed was 58 feet tall and still proposed a very large tower. The setback along the northern boundary for that application was 15 feet from the property line, and the southern setback was 48 feet. The application before this board tonight is significantly reduced in overall size and impact. Our current application proposes to eliminate the nearly 400-foot tall tower that exists and replace it with a building that is approximately 1/10 the height. The northern and southern setbacks proposed here are dramatically larger than what was previously proposed, and the height of our proposed building is lower than either of the previously proposed buildings. In reviewing the minutes of the prior application, the applicant took great efforts to address the community and the planning board's comments and concerns. Most notably, the applicant retained a very well-respected consultant to meet with every resident living along Milne Avenue. That consultant spent several weeks meeting with the most impacted neighbors to determine what their greatest concerns were. She made 8 separate visits to the site. The civic outreach here is ongoing, and the client remains committed to working with the surrounding community to provide any reasonable accommodation to minimize the impact this development may have on adjacent properties. Now, prior to conducting these civic meetings, the applicant has made a commitment to design a truly state-of-the-art building and proposed to cover the entire roof with solar panels that will be installed by a Hauppauge-based solar contractor, should this application move forward. Now, during the prior application, some residents raised concerns with the traffic generated from this site. The applicant listened to those concerns, and you'll hear testimony from Stonefield Engineering regarding that issue later this evening, but I will briefly note that the applicant conducted a thorough traffic analysis that has been reviewed by the town's outside traffic consultant already. The applicant has agreed to the recommendations put forth in that comment letter. Now, Mr. Herman from Stonefield Engineering will go through that traffic analysis for this board. But what I will note for the board and the residents in attendance is that the northern entrance of that site will ensure that all truck traffic coming to and from this site will be directed south. There will be a manned booth at that site that will be operated 24 hours a day to ensure that all trucks head south toward Motor Parkway. Now, before I ask the project consultants to address this board, I will note that this application is a joint venture between Barone Management and Colca Construction. As this board may or may not be aware, the CEO of Kolka Construction, Devin Kolka, was born and raised in Hauppauge and it remains an incredibly active member in the Hauppauge community. He knows this project will benefit the community and has spent the last several weeks meeting with the neighbors. This application is not being made by some out-of-town developer. The applicants here are community stakeholders with stellar reputations. They look forward to working with the town and with the community to ensure that we create a project that works for all involved parties. Now with that, I'm going to ask Zach Chaplin of Stonefield Engineering to take the board and more importantly, the members of the community through this site plan.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Zachary Chaplin, last name Chaplin. I'm with the firm Stonefield Engineering and Design, located at 584 Broadway, Suite 310, New York, New York. So I think Mr. Kennedy did a really nice job kind of summarizing the project. So without repeating what he said, I'll kind of just point to some things from a civil standpoint that I think may be important to the board. This warehouse being 138,000 square feet, it's really on the smaller scale of the warehouse developments that you're seeing in this modern era. I'm sure you're aware, but warehouses today, you'll see as much as 300,000, 400,000, 500,000 square feet. Warehouses being built as high as 55 feet high. So I think this warehouse is really intended to service the local community. It's possible there could be multiple tenants. There isn't additional truck parking or van parking like you might see at some of those larger type facilities. This is a smaller scale warehouse with a limited amount of loading spaces. What we've also done in the design is strategically put the truck loading spaces to the north, so furthest away from the residential community, and then to the south of the building, that's where the employee parking spaces will be. There's 360-degree circulation around the site, so the access and circulation is designed for a fire apparatus road, minimum 26 feet wide. But the idea with these warehouse developments is to separate the truck and passenger vehicle cars. So really the trucks would only utilize that northern portion of the site, and then the passenger vehicles would utilize the south part. As Mr. Kennedy mentioned, the access point for the trucks would be restricted to just a right in only off Blydenburg and then a left out. And we designed that curb cut to really strictly enforce that. And at the suggestion of the town, we've also added in a right-hand turn lane specific for the trucks, so as to not hold up traffic on Blydenburg and have that extra lane for trucks to enter in. I think the last part that I want to point out that I think is probably most important to this project is this building is right in the center of the site, and that's done on purpose. The site, as you know, is mostly wooded, and the point of the way we laid it out, in addition to conforming to the bulk criteria of the industrial district, was to keep as much of that wooded area as possible. So essentially that perimeter of the site, we're maintaining that existing vegetation, as much as 44 feet to the south, 30 to 50 feet to the south and east, and up to 200 feet to the north and east. And that doesn't even include the wooded areas beyond our property lines. We're just talking straight to the property lines. And then in addition to that, we have a pretty comprehensive landscape plan proposed. That would include infilling the area's disturbance kind of around the perimeter of the site, and most notably at the front of the site. What we proposed is a multi-layered landscape plan that has textures at all heights. So it's organic design that would mimic nature. Essentially, there's over 280 trees, over 200 shrubs proposed for the project to really put an emphasis on the landscaping for the development. And over time, especially along the frontage, those trees will grow where you won't even see this building in a matter of time. The building will essentially be hidden by the fact that the woods are all around it and when the vegetation matures along the frontage. I think in summary, just from a civil standpoint, in terms of the layout, the access, the landscape plan, the buffers, we feel this will be a safe and efficient layout as well as use for the community. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. When we go after the public hearing, we'll come back for questions. Is there anything further, Ms. Kennedy?
Yes. At this time, I'd ask Josh Herman of Stonefield Engineering, to speak briefly regarding the traffic impacts of this project.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Joshua Herman. That's spelled Herman. I'm a traffic engineer with Stonefield Engineering and Design, located at 584 Broadway, Suite 310, New York, New York. This evening, I'd like to call attention to the proposed use of the warehouse facility. The proposed warehouse facility before you is 138,150 square feet. As Mr. Chaplin mentioned, the proposed use, that size of a facility does not lend itself to a major distribution facility. It's more of like a local business, local storage warehouse with office space inside. According to the Institute of Transportation Engineers, the type of facility that's a major traffic generator, a distribution facility warehouse, would be larger than 200,000 square feet, and you see significantly larger warehouse developments as well. So, 200, 300, 400, 500,000 square feet. So this use is significantly smaller than that type of facility. So the intended use, the proposed development does not lend itself to that type of use. It's a much lower traffic generator. We have prepared traffic projected trip generations for the proposed site. And based on data from the Institute of Transportation Engineers, as well as other observations at other sites, we project during the highest hour 8 truck trips into the site. That's 4 in, 4 out. So just to put that into perspective, that's 1 every 15 minutes entering and 1 every 15 minutes exiting the site. Based on the number of parking spaces as well, that limits the use and the intensity of the use. So as Mr. Chaplin mentioned earlier, there are 222 parking spaces proposed, but that's including 98 land banked spaces. So that's 124 parking spaces that will be constructed. In addition, the number of loading docks on site limits the use as well. There are 30 proposed loading docks on site, which again would make it less of an intense use compared to a much larger warehouse facility. It should also be noted that the 30 docks are not intended to be used at all times simultaneously. So it's to provide flexibility for deliveries for the tenants of the site. So based on those traffic generation projections that we prepared a comprehensive traffic impact study. And based on our findings, we do not expect any significant impacts to local area roadways as part of the proposed development. As Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Chaplin mentioned, the northernmost driveway was designed to specifically prevent trucks from turning right out of the site going northbound on Blydenburg, and it keeps trucks to and from Motor Parkway and from the LIE. So in conclusion, based on our projections, this is expected not to be a significant traffic generator, both in terms of passenger autos and truck traffic, and we do not anticipate any significant impacts to local area roadways. Happy to answer any questions from the board.
I have a couple. We'll do it when we come back after the public hearing. Thank you.
And at this point, I have William von Fricken of Frank Relf Architecture, who's going to speak briefly to the elevations before this.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is William von Fricken. It's VONFRICKEN, and I'm representing Frank Relf Architecture, 35 Pine Lawn Road, Melville, New York, 11747. I would just like to briefly review or present the exterior of the building. As Mr. Chaplin has specified earlier in this testimony, that the building is situated centered on the site. So the ideology of the proposal is that it's being screened from the large buffer areas that surround it. But we want to make note that in compliance to the Industrial 1 zone, we do have the superior architecture requirements. We have mixed use of materials and earth tones. The building also complies with the glazing standards that is required, and it uses the materials of concrete, stucco, ephes, and hardy plank panels. That's really in regards to the exterior of the building. I would like to open up for any questions you guys do have, and I'd be happy to answer them as needed.
Only question for you is are the elevations on the other side of that?
Yes. Do you
I don't
guys have
think
them?
we have
or
a copy
do
of
not
that
have
up here,
them?
so
As part of the submission, you don't have a copy of that?
certainly don't have it here in front of us now.
Okay.
It's a big board with a mighty small diagram.
I'll provide an additional copy
Just
of
so we
that
can
to
get
the
a look at
board.
it. Yeah, thank
Sure.
you.
Before we finish up, I just ask that the applicant, Mr. Polka, come speak to the board very briefly.
Hello, Devin Kulka, Kulka, CEO of the Kulka Group. Our office is located at 175 F Commerce Drive in Hauppauge, New York. I want to thank the entire planning board for hearing and considering our application tonight. Though I never lived in Hauppauge, whenever I'm asked where I'm from, the answer is always Hauppauge. I went to the school district. My office is in Hauppauge. My father started the Hauppauge Educational Foundation. My father started the Hauppauge Industrial Association, which I now sit on the board of. And though I live in the Comac School District, I shop in Hauppauge, I eat in Hauppauge. Hauppauge is truly a community that I love and that I call home. Long Island is a small community, and Hauppauge is even smaller. There's no such thing as 6 degrees of separation in Long Island, and I know for a fact that the neighbors here of the subject property and myself know all the same people because we are such a small community. I understand that when planning for a project like this, we as an ownership group will probably never make everybody happy. It's just impossible. However, in caring about the community, I've spent many hours on Milne Avenue, 1, 2, sometimes 3 times, having conversations with the homeowners there, speaking with the people that are most affected by this project, sitting at their kitchen tables and really trying to dive into their concerns and trying to be creative on how we can address those concerns. We can and won't be able to address all concerns, but sometimes people just want to be heard, and I try to put myself in their position and listen empathetically. I could tell you my partners are great on this project, right? They understand that we're going to do whatever we have to help the community and listen to the community members and be very reasonable with them. One day, somebody's going to build on this property, right? We, as people that are homegrown, want to be the ones to do that. And, I love this town. I'll always be a part of this community. We're not going to build here and disappear. This is home for us. Thank you for the consideration. I appreciate the time.
Thank you.
With that, we welcome any questions the board may have.
We'll do public hearing, staff report, and we'll have some questions for you. Mr. Brown's going to call the public speakers. Thank you.
Lenny Minerveri.
My name is Lenny Minervini, Minervini. I live at 272 Chestnut Avenue in East Meadow, and I'm a member of the Long Island Builders Institute, and I wish to convey my support for the project on the Blydenburg Road. Blydenburg. Road. I have a few letters which I've submitted through a package as a Long Island Builders member, and I just want to know, I approve this, I wish to have you approve this project and help it go forward.
Gregory Doley.
Good evening. Greg Daly, Daley. I live at 15 Horseshoe Circle, which is just north of this property that they've been trying to do something with for years. What I can bring to the table is I drive for a living. I have a Class A license. I'm a commercial driver for the last 26 years out of Claros. There is no way to get in and out of this property with a 45 or a 53-foot trailer and wait at the guard for somebody to let you in. So if you have one or two trucks stacked up, they pop their brake, they put their four-ways on, they're going to be blocking Milne, which you've talked to. Have you talked to them about them lining trucks up, waiting to get in there to get unloaded? 30 loading docks. Claros is one of the largest Anheuser-Busch wholesalers on the East Coast. We don't have 30 loading docks. I run 45 trailers every day out of the East Yaphank facility. What does he need 30 loading docks for? I don't care about the size of the building. You can get the stuff in and out pretty quick. We store stuff because we have to. So their intent is to keep running trucks in and out of there all hours of the night, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Would you want to hear those trucks idle? They're not going to shut them down. They don't want to shut them down because they're afraid they're not going to start back up. All night long, you're going to be hearing these trucks back up. Every one of these guys that come all over the United States, that's why there's a big problem. You can't find truckers. They can't drive. None of them can pass the road test. So you're going to be hearing beep, 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 beep all night long because they're not going to be able to back in. I have to hear that? Residential. You guys just had a meeting about residential. It's 10 acres. He can't figure out how to build something residential? It's not worth it for him, I guess. It's worth it to me. I'd rather have residential by it. I understand the town of Islip owns the property and stuff like that around us. Can't do anything about that. But everything else on that side of the road is all residential. Everything is residential, except for what you guys are. There's plenty of use for 10 acres. A lot of, senior, living. People are dying to buy things. How much more warehouse space do we need? Just go down the road. There's plenty of them on the other side. Down by the Dennison building. Go take whatever you want. Go build over there. You know that as well as I do. He lives in Comac. He doesn't live in Hopper. All right. Thank you very much. Have a safe night.
Greg and Bridget Schuyler.
Good evening. My name is Greg Schleier, Schleier. I live at 17 Horseshoe Circle in Hauppauge with my wife and my daughter. I'm here in opposition of this proposed. I respectfully request that this applicant proposal be denied in its entirety. The land immediately adjacent to the proposal site is a residential area comprised of a community of upscale homes. In Hauppauge Circle, where I live, it comprises of 15 houses. We're a community of neighbors, spouses, parents, grandparents, elderly, family pets, and over 25 school-aged children. The warehouse will negatively affect our quality of life, privacy, safety, and aesthetics of our neighborhood. There will be an increase in traffic on Blattenberg Road, noise pollution from trucks at all hours of the night, and there will be an increase in crime. The overnight parking is a concern. What exactly is the overnight parking for? Is it possible that Jake's 58 Casino will be able to park at that location?
That's one question I have. This was unanticipated. My wife and I purchased our high-value home knowing it was surrounded by a residential zone. If our homes were next to an industrial zone, we wouldn't have paid so much. This warehouse will certainly devalue our home. I believe the standard to rezone property is that there's no other place you can go. There's plenty of other vacant land in this area that doesn't abut residential property where they can put an industrial warehouse. So they have plenty of other options. As far as Blydenburg Road, it's a single lane north and south. It's already being utilized by trucks and tractor trailers utilizing the facility of the recycling facility on the road. Blydenburg Road is also a main conduit of school buses. I also question the integrity and the ethics of this company. A consultant from the developer has been at numerous residents' houses telling the residents that no matter what we do, this is going to go through tonight for the board. Even offering a bribe to one resident, offering to pay for a vinyl fence if it accepts the terms of this application. It is very troubling that our fight is against such a company with deep pockets. Again, based upon the previous, I respectfully request that this applicant's proposal be denied in its entirety. It is burdensome, devalues property, and will negatively affect our quality of life. Please take it upon yourself to drive down Mill May and through Horseshoe Circle. You will see the beautiful residential community that is being threatened, and ask yourself, if I live there, would I want to live next to this? Thanks for your time.
Anthony Confredo?
How you doing, members of the board? In each envelope, I have 63 letters of support, and can I give these to you?
We'll make those part of the record. Thank you.
My name is Anthony Confredo, C-O-N-F-R-E-D-O. I live at 2 Bucknell Lane, Stony Brook, New York. I'm speaking on behalf of the Long Island Builders Institute for Michael Florio, who was not able to be here tonight. He is the Chief Executive Officer. And here's a statement on his behalf. March 1st, the Long Island Builders Institute, the largest building trade association in New York, wishes to express its strong support for the proposed development of 471 Blydenburg Road in Marlborough. The developer has invested the time to solicit feedback from the town and its residents and will build this project that addresses many of their wishes. New landscaping will surround the property and provide a screen to neighboring owners, as well as new landscaping on Blydenburg Road, which will screen the proposed building and will be an improvement from the current conditions. The developer will also install the latest lighting technologies, including occupancy, sensors, downlit fixtures, and pathway lighting to eliminate light infiltration to neighboring properties. Additionally, the use of green building technology, including full electrified utilities and solar panel roofing, will make this building environmentally friendly. For the reasons stated above, and our belief that this new facility will be an improvement over the existing use of the site and be a benefit to the town and surrounding community, the Long Island Builders Institute strongly encourages the Town of Islip Planning Board to support the zoning change requested. Address Michael Florio, Chief Executive Officer, Long Island Builders Institute. Thank you.
We'll also make the letter a part of the record. Thank you.
Louis Frick? Let me correct that, Lois Frick.
I was just going to say that. Good evening. So I also represent Long Island Builders Institute. I'm there 28 years. I know Devin Kolka. I know his dad for 30 years. And I have to say that they're a very reputable company. I don't think we'd be here if it wasn't important to support this project. About once a month, I go down Blydenburg Road to a meeting that we have at the Wind Watch, and I pass the dump. So I don't understand how houses could be built there. Who would want to live across the street from the dump? It doesn't make any sense. This fronts the dump on the other side of the street. So I think this project here is about the best thing that you could ask for on that road. And as the person before said, our organization has over 660 company members, which are thousands of employees, large companies, small companies, and a good portion live in Islip. We just got this not too long ago, and so we could have done a lot more. And hopefully that you'll pass this and it'll go on to the town board where we'll show hundreds of people in Islip that would support this project. We just haven't been able to get more than that in the last 3 days, but we certainly support it and we hope you look at this. It's the best thing that there is for that community. Who would want to live across the street from a dump? Thank you.
David Bloom.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're keeping a record. We'll have each speaker come up.
Good evening, David Bloom, 38 Captain's Drive, Islip, New York. Good evening, members of the Planning Board. I'm a lifelong resident of town of Islip, most of that time living in Hauppauge. I still have a lot of family and friends in Hauppauge. I'm very well invested in the community there. I graduated Hauppauge High School. I witnessed the building of many of the commercial projects, including many of them by the Kolka Company. In addition to the 2 residential properties I own in Islip, I also own a building and a business in our town. Hauppauge homeowners have always benefited from extremely low property taxes while having an amazing school district with top-notch fire and ambulance services. This has all been done by creating revenues from the Hauppauge businesses. Most of the commercial development in Hauppauge is well-placed, attractive, and after seeing the plan for this project, I believe it will be also. This project will create jobs for our local community as well as support the local tax base, helping to keep residential taxes lower and contributing to governmental services. According to the plans that I've reviewed, traffic will be limited to Motor Parkway and will not enter the residential areas. The architectural renderings, along with the site plan, show an attractive building and well-thought-out buffers of landscaping. This particular application offers a meaningful alternative to its current zoning, which, in my opinion, is not viable for residential development, given its location directly across the street from the landfill. The Kolka organization is based in Hauppauge and has historically supported our community. I truly believe this is a great project. I am in full support of the application and would like to see them rezone the property at 471 Blydenburg Road. I thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
John Tessetta.
John Tessetta, 546 Blydenburg Road, Hauppauge, New York. A little surprised to be here tonight, having seen one of these projects shot down a couple years ago. A lot of hired guns here, but residents are not in support of this. I've never heard from any of these guys, and I'll be looking at it from my bedroom. But having said that, this proposal is defective on 3 points. It's out of character with the surrounding community, it's in direct opposition to the town comprehensive plan, and it contravenes good planning practice. Generally, the application is at direct odds with the town comprehensive plan, which sets forth 7 objectives: to promote housing, to protect natural resources, to provide recreational services, to provide and promote efficient, quality public services, to promote the development of social activities, to allow only those industrial developments that are compatible with the surrounding community, and to promote attractive environments. In regard to good planning policy, the proposed development is deficient in all regards. The applicant is proposing to directly place an industrial park in the middle of a residential area. bluntly, both literally and figuratively, the applicant is proposing the least restrictive use in the midst of the most restrictive use. Good planning practice dictates a gradual transition in the use from low-density residential to high-density residential to commercial and lastly to industrial. Rezoning the parcel from AAA residential to industrial 1 without any transitional uses sets planning practices on its head. The town considers outdoor storage particularly an offensive use. I oppose this. I've not heard anything from the applicants despite their assertions. And I urge the board to reject this application. Thank you.
Sal Moda?
Hi, I'm Salvatore Mata, 8 St. John Circle, Oakdale. I'll be speaking tonight on behalf of not only myself, but my uncle, Nicholas Mata of Milmay Avenue. Milmay Avenue. Mr. Chairman and members of the Islip Planning Board, my property is located on Milmay Avenue, very close to the proposed warehouse of 471 Blydenburg Road. While I am unable to attend tonight's hearing due to a pre-planned trip, I've asked that my nephew Sal represent me and read this letter into the record. I am aware of the details of the proposal and I fully support it. The reasons for my support are as follows. The applicant has designed the front of the building facing Blydenburg Road to look upscale with windows and extensive landscaping. The applicant is working with us and others impacted property owners to address concerns specifically regarding buffers and sight lines from residential property on Milmay Avenue. And number 3, I believe the warehouse represents the best possible use for the property. As a residential real estate developer myself, I do not see any potential for the site for residential development given its location directly across the street from the town's dump facility and the surrounding municipality-owned properties. My primary concern with any proposed development near my property is the potential impact of the value of the property. I believe based on my own professional experience that this project will not negatively impact surrounding property values. Also like to just say I grew up in Hauppauge. I graduated from the Hauppauge High School and I'm in full support of the project as well. Thank you.
Robert Menino?
My name is Rob Menino, 121 San Juan Drive, Hauppauge, New York. I'm here, Rob. Yep. I'm here tonight in support of the project. I am a partner at Colca. I am a partner with Devin, and I'm a partner in this development. I'm also an Islip resident and a lifelong resident of Hauppauge. I've been from Hauppauge my entire life. I was raised in Hauppauge. My family has been in the Hauppauge school district since the early 60s. My dad, who's here tonight in support of the project, he went to Hauppauge schools. I went to Hauppauge schools. My wife went to Hauppauge, and now my 3 kids go to Hauppauge. I work in Hauppauge. I know a lot of the people sitting here, and my kids play sports with them. My kids are now 3rd generation in this community. I'm completely entrenched in this local community. I love it. Entrenched. I love every aspect of this town. We have great people. We have great schools. We have great leaders. But most of all, we have great businesses. The fact is that this town has been driven by industry. We are a hub for business. The businesses in this town support the entire island. They're huge economic drivers to the entire area and the entire region. This development will be no different. We will provide jobs, economic growth, will add to the tax base in a time where economic growth and keeping people here on the island has never been more important. We understand we can't please everyone. We know that. But there's not another developer that you will find that cares more about this community, that has done more for the growth of this town than Kolka. We want to build something that we can be proud of. When I drive my kids to Mama Angelina's to get a slice of pizza and pass by the building, I want to point with pride, not with shame. I will do everything in my power to make sure I'm standing on the soccer field on Saturday afternoons or on the lacrosse field coaching alongside these guys, and I'm not embarrassed of what we've built, but proud to know the value that we've brought to the community. We will always do right by this community. We will always do right by this town like Kolka has for almost 50 years. We will go above and beyond to respect the neighbors because these are my neighbors. This is my backyard. This is what we're talking about. We will handle it with pride. I know there's a lot of people here tonight that are in support of this that may not come up because they don't feel comfortable speaking in front of a microphone. I just want to take the opportunity for those people just to rise up and show your support right now, please. We're going to do everything we can to try to help these neighbors. Like I said, these are people that I have to spend my weekends and my Saturdays with. We've even offered to build barriers and provide fencing for people to make it, more attractive to them. We're going to do what we can. We're not here to ruin the community. We're going to be here for a long time. Thank you very much.
Scott Maskin.
Good evening, Scott Maskin. I live at 40 Grassmere in Oakdale. I am also a resident of Islip and own commercial properties in Ronkonkoma. I'm speaking on behalf and support of this project. What I can tell you is one of the differentiators as the solar and an energy consultant for the Kolka Group and these developers. What I can say is over the last 10 years, I've deployed more solar on their buildings. And one of the differentiators is that they build it into the project before while it's being conceived, they build it into it. They build the structural integrity of the building to support it, not after the fact. I can tell you that of the 8 projects, significantly large projects that I built for these developers, 7 of the 8 of them are carbon neutral in their building development, and they also export the energy. They utilize every drop of energy that the solar produces and draw nothing from the grid. The other one is damn close. Okay, but they added a bunch of forklifts into the building. This building is designed with, as they said, a rooftop solar system that will cover pretty much the entire building. In my experience of 20 years deploying solar in the town of Islip in Long Island, I can tell you that the likelihood is this will overproduce. Depending on what tenant actually comes into the property, more than likely this will be configured as the outcome will be likely a community solar project, which that energy will be deployed and can conceivably be deployed at discount rates for these residents and town of Islip residents. Can't speak on behalf of the builder because we don't have a tenant in place yet, but I support this project. They're proactive about the environment. Whatever energy is not used by the building or the community will be supporting the grid, which is definitely needed into this infrastructure. So I support this. I hope you look favorably on it. And I'm happy to answer any questions on the energy usage of the building. Thank you.
We had a David Bloom speak, and I have a second card that says Dave Bloom. Is that the same person? Okay. Todd Pansner?
My name is Todd Pansner, Panzner. I live at 500 Hoffman Lane, Hauppauge. Hoffman Lane, Hauppauge. I've lived in Hauppauge now 37 years. We live on the opposite side of the town landfill, which hasn't been a problem at all. I'm very familiar with Blydenburg Road. Yeah, living on a road that's opposite the side of the landfill. It has not been a problem at all for us. And I'm in favor of this commercial building on Blydenburg Road. I think that's the best fit for that area because it fronts, the front of the building fronts the landfill. And I don't think that anyone would want to build houses on that 10 acres. So I just wanted to show my support for this project. Thank you.
Jeff Bertucci. Could it be Bertuccio? Okay. Nelson Guardado.
Good evening, members of the Town of Islip Planning Board. My name is Nelson Guardado. I live in 13 Grant Avenue, Brentwood. Grant Avenue. I am here to ask you to support this project for a number of reasons. Please allow me to briefly mention a few. To start, the project will create jobs and add to the tax base of the town. This is something we desperately need in Long Island as more and more businesses are leaving. I firmly believe that the projects like this will aid to stop this trend and help all Long Island residents thrive and prosper. Additionally, the applicant has always been a good community member and will continue to be. I believe a strong leadership can only come from kind people, and I happen to know the applicant, Devin Kolka, and I trust him and subsequently his partners. We can trust that their development will be beneficial to our town. The current zoning of the property is not the best use due to the proximity of the landfill. This represents a threat to future residents' health, which is why this project is a perfect fit for the area. This being a light industrial building with all local, state, and federal laws in mind. I happened to take a look at the plans, and I can tell you that they have thought about the design and thinking about all the surrounding community to avoid issues that have been mentioned, like traffic. For these reasons and many others, I ask you to please support this project. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Alexa Seneca. Alexa Seneca. Sean Hughes.
Thank you, members, for allowing us to speak on behalf of this. My name is Sean Hughes. I live at 7 Horseshoe Circle in Hobog. I attended the same public meeting similar public meeting from the previous owners back, I think, 2 years ago, 2020, maybe 3 years ago almost. And to me, though, it seems that there's a lot more support, and it does seem like the new owners are looking at some of the concerns that we had. It still concerns me that this property was zoned residential. Okay, though it seems like we have some of the biggest pockets around in construction. For some reason, they can't seem to figure out a way to make this residential that the town initially set. The town set this as a residential zoning area. Okay, obviously for good reason. How is it not possible that we can't find a way to make all of the things that many of the people have said tonight, but make it in a residential way? This is not the notes that I originally had. I'm obviously changing a little bit since considering what I've heard so far and from the rest of the public. But at the end of the day, it seems to me there is a major issue, and it is to me a major issue of putting this type of industrial area. I don't disagree that, I actually know Mr. Menino. I coach with him. He is a community member in Hauppauge, but at the end of the day, I haven't heard any residents that have nothing to do with the investment companies or construction projects here that are for this, other than maybe the gentleman from Blydenburg. And I don't know if he works for one of the companies either. To me, it seems like, I go back to saying that there has to be a better plan. There has to be a way to make this a beautiful residential area, just like my community is, just like the Milmay Avenue community is, that we could do in this spot. And I've heard reasons that it doesn't seem suitable to many of the professionals out here, but I haven't heard why. Why is it not suitable? What are the reasons it's not suitable? I am glad that one of the things that I asked on the original application from the previous owner was a traffic study. There seems to be a bit of a traffic study that went on from the civil engineers. But to me, it still sounds like there's going to be added traffic. We do have the isolate recycling construction dump facility there, and that causes a lot of traffic. It does. I'm a teacher myself. I leave at 5:30 in the morning, and there are trucks lined up along Blydenburg Avenue waiting to get into the isolate facility. I guess my time is up. I thank you for your time and appreciate it.
Rich Galante.
Good evening, board members. Thanks for taking the time out to hear my support of the new warehouse being built. I am a business owner. I do own a commercial property in the town of Islip. I have not worked with the COCA organization. I'm not contracted by the COCA organization, and I've never worked for it. I'm not paid to be here. I'm doing this because I'm supporting a project that I believe in the town of Islip and in the county of Suffolk in Long Island. That's what I believe. The project is a good project. I've reviewed the plans. It's with a couple good things about the project. It's fully energy efficient throughout, meaning it's lighting controlled, energy management systems. It's a good planned, designed project. It's fully LED. It's all dark sky compliant, so there won't be there's not going to be light pollution to the neighbors and like some of the other areas. It's like somebody else had mentioned. It's all solar powered, green technology. It's a modern building. It's kind of what we need here. I mean, a lot of these warehouses they're throwing up, they're just throwing them up, and they're huge. They're taller. This is it's nice to be in a space like this and well protected. With wooded, well wooded, and well not protected, but let's keeping it not as an eyesore. If they just throw up a commercial steel building, like another self storage complex or something like that, it's going to be an eyesore. This is not that. It's a well thought out. It's an attractive piece of property, and that's why I support the project. Again, I'm doing it on my own. I'm not working for the COCA, and I'm not paid, and I have shallow pockets. I don't have deep pockets. So thank you for your time, and enjoy your night.
Joe Salvia.
Hi, my name is Joseph Salvia. I live at 79 Milmay Ave, directly in front of the proposed warehouse. This warehouse is literally going to be in my backyard. If you have the aerial picture up there, that house that's on the south side of the picture is my house. I built $1 million house in 2020. My life savings, I've worked very hard for it. I have a baby, one on the way, trying to grow a family. And yes, we do live next to the landfill, which is a reason why we don't need a warehouse. We have plenty of trucks beeping at all hours of the night, and we don't need more. It's a residential neighborhood. So I don't think it's right to change it. And I hope that you can listen to the residents and not the builders that don't live there. This is my house. It's my backyard. Literally my backyard. I can throw a ball and hit the building. So I hope you really consider and think, if it was your backyard, would you want a warehouse in your backyard? Thank you.
Those are all the cards we have. Did anybody come in late who wish to be heard on this? Sir, come on up, state your name and address for the record, and please fill out a card afterwards.
Respected Chair. My name is Alexander Ediadi, Edayyadi. Respected Chairman and the town of Islip, I'm one of the newest homeowners at Horseshoe Circle, which is close by to this project. So when I looked for homes to buy and move into Suffolk, I looked for 3 years all over Suffolk, and I fell in love with Hopper. And I fell in love with the area north of LIE because it's purely residential. So that's why I chose a residential area to buy a home. I bid on 2 homes. I bid on 2 homes before I got the 3rd home that I bid on. That's how popular that residential area is. I fell in love with the area the first time I saw it in 2020. I couldn't let go of that neighborhood. I knew about the dump, but it's not a dump, as everybody else mentioned. It's a construction, fill. I inquired about that as well before I bought the house. And I lived there very happily with my wife and son. I'm not a engineer. I'm not an attorney, not an architect, but I know a peaceful, quiet, friendly family area when I find one. We live in unison with nature there. We live and support the Canadian geese that visit us, the deer that's come by, and the rabbits that frequent our neighborhood. This project is great. It's awesome. It's going to support a lot of factors. It's going to support a lot of livelihood. And again, none of us who live in that neighborhood, 15 homes, are into big corporate worlds as well. So for us, this project is great, but it should not be in a residential area. So I'm in opposition to convert a residential zone into a commercial zone. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on the application? Ma'am.
Hi, Bridget Schleier. Schleier, Schleier. I live on Horseshoe Circle as well. And I just want to clarify because I keep hearing the word dump and it's kind of insulting. So on Blydenburg Road, there is a landfill or a former landfill. It has now been turned into, thanks to the students at Hopog High School, it has now been turned into a green energy project. I live on Horseshoe Circle, and my front yard, I have a view of this. And I sometimes post pictures and people say, are you on vacation? Where are you? Because it really doesn't even look like you're on Long Island. It looks like you're, in Colorado somewhere because it is completely covered with trees. There are, there's a green energy project on top. And on the other side is a recycling facility, which we also have all those trucks coming in and out. And the entrance to that would be directly across the street from where this is planning to go. So I guess the question, who wants to live across the street from a dump? Well, I do. And so does my 9-year-old. Actually, this is her picture right here. And so do the 25 children that live in my neighborhood that ride their bikes around all day. And I just don't want you to vote based on the fact that everyone's telling you that this is a dump. So we'll just put this here because it doesn't matter. It does matter. We live there and it is peaceful. We have 2 ponds in the center of our community with fountains. And, I don't want you to be under that preconceived notion that this is just a landfill or a dump. People drive by like, oh, I drive by the dump every day. Who would want to live there? Well, I want to live there. And everyone in my community that built $1 million homes want to live there. And on Milmay, which is on the other side of this proposed site, they want to live there too with their homes. So for you to be led to believe that nobody would want to buy homes on this property that has been designated residential is a lie. It's a falsity. And, you know, if Mr. Kolka likes Hop Hog so much, maybe he'd like to buy that house on Milmay that John was just talking about, because, you know, he's saying that he spent time in everyone's kitchen. Well, so have we, talking about this. And the community members, especially on Milmay, where this is literally going to be you could throw a ball at this place, they're heartbroken and they're talking about selling their homes. So maybe Mr. Kolka would like to buy that home since he loves Hop Hog so much. He can have a front row seat to his beautiful building, which, by the way, this looks lovely. And, you know, all you see here is trees. I don't see the building. Do you know how long it takes for trees to grow to cover an entire building? A very long time. And the aerial view that they show you, it's just of that specific property. But if you back up on that, you see all the homes, all the neighborhoods. And we haven't even been told what this is going to be used for. We have no idea. Are they building it and then selling it? Are they building it and renting it? How do we know? So please have the courage to say no to this. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this application? Not seeing anyone, I'm going to turn to Mr. Colgan for a report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. As stated by the applicant, this application proposes a warehouse on mostly vacant residential land improved with a 360-foot transmission tower. Prior to this, the property was the subject of a change of zone to Industrial 1 back in 2020, and those proposed uses were for a warehouse and a self-storage warehouse. That application was since withdrawn. The Industrial 1 district is generally preferred in areas away from residential zones. The surrounding area consists of the landfill and institutional uses to the north and south, with single-family dwellings also to the south, east, and northeast. A traffic study was submitted and reviewed by the town's traffic consultant. He stated the small number of additional vehicles added to the roadway network is not expected to have significant impact on operating conditions. However, use of the site as a high cube warehouse or package distribution center could generate significantly greater traffic volumes than a conventional warehouse. He also recommended that Blydenburg Road be improved along the site frontage to provide a right turn lane for trucks entering the site. The conceptual site plan submitted in conjunction with this application exceeds landscaping requirements and complies with the town's parking requirements for a warehouse. The transmission tower would be removed, as stated by the applicant. The board should give consideration to shrinking the building and increasing the buffer areas to pull on-site traffic further away from the residential areas, or limiting the access of the property to accomplish the same goal. The building could also be split into two buildings with loading areas facing each building, thereby obviating the need for trucks to traverse the rear of the property where many of the residential properties are currently located. The board will have to weigh the impacts of the proposed use and zoning with that of the underlying AAA zoning, and whether or not residential zoning is compatible with the landfill across the street. The staff recommends that the board reserve decision tonight to review the comments and address them accordingly.
Thank you. Mr. Kennedy, I don't know if you have identified tenants for that site?
We do not. There
So
are
you
no
didn't-
tenants identified, but what Mr. Herman did speak to earlier is that this site does not lend itself to a FedEx, an Amazon facility. There is no parking identified for any vehicles. The overnight parking requested is for truck trailers to be at the site. Nothing from Jake's 58, nothing from any delivery facility.
So can you just speak to, question was asked by, I think, one of the residents. There are 30 loading docks?
That is the number proposed right now, 10 of which would be occupied with tractor trailers in front of them overnight, if we were granted this application.
And obviously, if it were to be approved, I'm not saying that I'm for it or against it right now, but if it were to be approved, you want to talk about hours of operation and
We do
restrictions on
not
that?
know we would town and the tenant to, like I said, this applicant has, as an attorney, been an easy client to work with. They are willing to work with the community and the town, and they remain willing to do so. And in response to some comments for those members who we have not met with, I will provide contact information. We're happy to sit down and have a conversation with
I
them.
think that certainly would be a good idea. Do you know, I mean, you or one of your clients, maybe a client knows, what is the current vacancy rate for warehouses in Suffolk County? If you don't know the answer now, you can provide a letter.
Know.
You can provide in a follow-up letter if you don't have the answer right now.
Yeah, I can ask the clients.
Are there further questions from the board? The applicant like to add anything? Oh,
I do
Mr.
have
Brown.
one thing.
Mr. Kennedy, then Mr. Brown.
Sorry.
Yep.
Mr. Brown and Ms. Kennedy.
Yep. The few houses that you do, but what are the buffers going to be on the property? If one gentleman come up, he's the one house on Millway that backs right up to your property. What would he be looking at if this moved forward?
So to the south, sure, sorry, for the record, Zachary Chaplin, Stonefield. So to the south, there's 44 feet to the property line, but then there's additional woods that go beyond it. So it's tough to get an exact measurement, but I think to the building, you would definitely be over 100 feet to the actual house itself.
Well, the building would be, what would the buffer be?
44 feet to the property line, and then it's going to vary, but where that building would be, it could be an extra 10 feet
So
approximately.
50 feet, approximately
Something, yeah,
55
something like
feet?
that.
What is the height of the building?
It's 44 feet, and I think in certain areas it goes up to 47 for scale.
Right. And what would the buffer be in the rear of the property, which also goes against residential, which would be on the east side?
So the east side of the property, it's kind of like a triangle. So at its pinch point, it's 30 to 50 feet. And the reason I say 30 to 50 is because of the land bank parking stalls. So if those don't get installed, it's 50 feet. But then as you go north, it gets as high as 200 feet
200 foot
to the property line. And then the woods extend beyond.
All right, thank you.
It's a pretty significant buffer. I think that is the one pinch point to the south. But like I said, it's still 50 feet, which is pretty significant.
Mr. Kennedy.
The only other thing I wanted to add is that we handed up additional letters of support from the community.
Thank you. Can I, just two other things. The staff, sir, thank you. We've heard that from everyone this evening. Sir, my question to you is going back to Sean's recommendation, or Mr. Colgan's recommendation about shrinking the size of it. Has that been considered?
This is the first time that that's been recommended to us, but we will work with Mr. Colgan. I'm happy to have a conversation with the planning department and the applicant to discuss.
And I also noticed, I mean, the way it's set up currently, trucks would enter on the side where the residences are, right? Which is the south side?
All truck traffic entering and exiting at the northern portion of the site.
Okay. And then my other question, just as you provide some more information to us, was probably going to reserve this evening, is just how you see the justification going from AAA to industrial when there are maybe 20 different other classifications of zones in between there. So it is going from one of the most restrictive to the least restrictive. You can answer it tonight if you want, or you can just put it in writing to us.
Sure, I'll provide a written response to you as well, but the town has made it clear that residential is not appropriate for this site. And we believe that it is important to have an interested operator and owner at this site. If nothing has been made clear to this board other than Mr. Kolka's commitment to this community and this neighborhood, I don't know what else we can provide for you.
Thank you. Anything further from the board? Mr. Moriarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question on the traffic study. But first up, before I get to that, what are the number of employees that you're going to be expecting on site?
Until we have end users identified, we don't know.
But you have to know, a warehouse like this generally has how many employees on site on a normal workday?
That I can provide that information.
Okay, if you don't have it, that's fine. I'd like to have that submitted to the board. My point is And I expect there'll be a fairly significant number of employees in the building at any point in time. The question I'm raising is, and you also have at least 30 bays going into the building. I'm looking at the traffic study, and they're talking about things like 40 trips in the morning. I just don't know how those numbers add up. So I'd like to hear some, maybe not tonight, or supplement the information. I'm looking at the comments section here. On an average morning, you're talking about 31 to 40 trips entering the site. And I can't imagine with employees and with 30 loading bays that you're looking at 40 entries for the entire morning. It just seems
I understand that.
concerning, to say the least.
I'll ask Mr. Herman to respond to that briefly.
Thank
But
you.
what I will note is that the current design proposes 222 parking stalls, which Elkane, McClain and Associates had acknowledged was far in excess of what was required at the site. Parking will not be an issue at that site. And traffic, and I understand, but the loading bays, there will not be 30 active bays at one time.
But the question there is, you're building 30 bays, though, so you must be anticipating using 30 bays.
We are requesting a special use permit to allow for the storage of those 10 trailers, which may remain connected and occupy those 10 bays. Okay? That is the purpose for that.
Again, for the record, Joshua Herman, spelled Herman. So yes, you are correct. As part of our traffic study, there would be approximately 40 trips during the morning peak hour. And so that's during the peak hour, and that trip generation is based on information from the Institute of Transportation Engineers from other warehouse developments of similar sizes throughout the country, locally as well as nationwide. So yes, that's relative for the employees. In terms of the loading bays, the number of loading bays does not correspond to the number of trucks coming in and out. It provides flexibility in operating the warehouse facilities. So they're not all going to be utilized in terms of in and out traffic at all times. It's just to provide that flexibility.
Are there further questions, Mrs. Cruz?
I do have to agree with Mr. Furiagi that first of all, the building is humongous. It's huge. And I have a really big concern with that residential house or the neighbor. Like, I mean, even with the buffer, those trucks are going to be going all around the building, and they're going to get the most impact from when the trucks come in, go all the way around the building to their loading dock. So I do have concern on how close, and do you even consider maybe a sound attenuation wall? How many trucks? It's just, to me, my biggest concern is that corner where that one residential, I mean, obviously the others, but those trucks going around all the way around the building, and as big as that building is, I have some concern with that.
Ms. Cruz, the site circulation, I'm sorry, all trucks will enter and exit at the top of the building. They will not be driving around the southern portion of the building. As for the sound attenuation walls, if that is something that the community and planning is requiring of the applicant, we can certainly entertain that and have a conversation about that.
Mr. Bruno?
I just want to agree with Ms. Cruz on that one. When you look at this, I know it's your design intent that the trucks will go to the second curb cut. But a lot of these people, the truckers, are going to be coming from Motor Parkway. They're not necessarily going to know where they're supposed to go in. And I believe that a certain number of them, no matter what signs, no matter what you do, are going to go into the first curb cut. They're going to have real difficulty making that curve when they get to the other corner. But I don't think you can rule out the possibility that they're going to do things that are not what you intend because it's the first curb cut they're going to come to.
I just want to point out, I understand that, the thought there, but, once you have a tenant and you have trucks that are coming often, this is not like a
a commercial or like a restaurant where you have random deliveries. These are, trucks that are going to come consistently on a schedule, and they won't be able to make that turn. And as truck drivers, they'll know the fact that that's a 26-foot drive aisle. That's not wide enough to support, the turning movements for tractor trailers. They're going to have to use that right-hand turn lane. We'll provide additional signage to prevent that as well, but they're not going to be able to make that turn into that area. And I think they'll know to use that northern driveway. And lastly, I just want to point out, we do provide a very large turnaround area at the northeast corner, specifically so that trucks can turn around properly in that northern area and not have to recirculate the building. It's really for fire that we have the 360. And not have to circulate south. The 360-degree circulation is for fire purposes.
I totally understand and agree with your design intent, but a truck can easily go down 26 feet wide. I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with your analysis that when he gets to the end, he's not going to make that turn. Okay, so I'm not disagreeing with your assessment that he can. You're right. I'll concede that he's not going around the building, but I'm saying this does not mean that he isn't going to pull into that and then beep, beep, beep is all the way his way back out because he's created a problem. I can't believe that nobody's going to do that.
Are there further questions from the board? I also would share the concern of Mr. Bruno and Ms. Cruz. I mean, I drive every day, get on the parkway, and there are tractor trailers on the parkway. They're not supposed to be there. There's signage. Those on and off ramps aren't the easiest to get on. But again, if it gets to the point of being approved, whether or not that south entrance is even required is a separate question. But are there further questions? Anything further from the applicant?
No, thank you.
Is there a motion? Mr. Matamore?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I would move to close the hearing and reserve decision. And we have a lot to consider that you provided on both sides tonight. So we will certainly do our due diligence to study everything that's been discussed. So with that, I would move to close the hearing and reserve decision.
Thank you. There's a motion by Mr. Matamore to close the public hearing and reserve decision. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Moriarty. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? We're reserved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go off the record. Take a break. Yes.
As a note for myself, was that the community opposition and their support, the local residents of the community opposition, the town builders, the contractors, and the building owners. Well, Colta headed up lived forever. He was a seat president amongst us.
amazing though. She's hanging in there.
She stops.
She doesn't let.
You don't
There's
want
no
to cross.
retirement coming.
You don't want to cross Donna.
That's true.
I was just. With the reductions that we made, it's commercial.
Something the size of this chair. So you can make it an excuse.
Well, I've been in favor of it, but I don't know about modifications.
That's my guess.
Yeah, that's the favorite part.
By the way, I want you to know that you're the swing thought on this. Because I got real, I can't seem to figure out where I'm going to come down on the rooftops, but you seem to be comfortable with it. And,
Which one's that?
and 62. I wish it wasn't in the damn code, okay? But I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that. No, I'll tell you the truth. It's take this as the compliment. You're always worried about surrounding residents. You're comfortable with it. So saying,
They bring the screen, just like the screen.
yeah, it looks good. Yet I keep going, I don't, if you say to me, okay, give me the reasons why. I don't know. It just, I don't know.
Well, that one was because it's by the park, it's not, but the other one, I was like, okay, well, the residents are not.
Yeah, but then Lauren Bodine, he doesn't have a problem with it. It's his residence.
Yeah, well,
Which one was
doesn't matter because
The next
one.
one. Yeah, what's gonna happen? That's the other thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I have to say, the 95 coin, you don't want more information. I actually got relieved before voting got that, when he said that. I was like, okay, good, I got another way to think about this.
That one I liked. I do like that. Cottages. That's what
No,
you're talking
I'm
about.
talking about the rooftop. Everywhere.
No, I agree. I didn't say those looks just came in so late. Did you see this? What he's proposing?
Yeah, it's not, you know what it is? That's I just sometimes I can't. It's in the code, it's a special permit. Unless we can the reason we should.
Yeah.
So,
And they're agreeing no music.
yeah.
Yeah. So.
Well, no, they keep going up there. Or maybe it was, no! So, yeah. I think that one's got potential. You don't lose. There's nothing wrong with that. And the city schools, the city schools are such a place that, you know, people obviously want people alternatives when they're possible. This is like back to the good. This is like back to the good old days because I remember like okay, I was starting to hear it was back 10 years ago. That may be one person. My phone screams, my wife. Where are you? In front of the board right now. You're not going to believe this. Yes. Yes.
Next, I see. Number 8. Oh, okay. Okay.
I think all of the ones after us are actually decision
Yeah,
items.
so decision.
I think all of those are
It starts to take a while to get to the decision. So. We just answered everything. It's already late. Yes, it's already late.
Well, I was thinking to myself, you know, sometimes you go into creative or those hearings.
Oh, I know. Yes, I know. Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, this isn't, or at least it started at 6.
Oh, yeah.
Then it starts, it started at 8. And then, you know, you're up there 11:30,
Yeah.
12 o'clock.
My time was like that.
Figure out how to get home. It's like, yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's like, it's not close to anywhere unless you live right there. You know, and I don't. And it was like, oh my God, how far away can you be and still be on Long Island? So,
Not much.
Not much, right, right. So.
I will talk as fast as possible so
No.
Mr. Overton can still hear me. I was not expecting that position.
Somebody told me that I want to be doing I guess you have to able to get certain people. Well, this last one too. I just put a fire on. And we actually proposed this over warehouse. And it was bad, but it wasn't as bad as this. Like, this guy's going in the wrong direction. So, I don't know what he was thinking. He should have, you know, looked at the playbook before he came in, but I guess he was taking a shot.
I mean, I know that the charter schools say very well because the company we're doing is like
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Good.
I've been working
Okay.
on that for a
For
number of years.
this, okay. Okay.
And I'm thinking to myself, the county will go back and let each
Well, they didn't ask for it, but he said the team should have told me to get it anyway. Right, 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 right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go back on the record.
All right.
Yes, we are.
Good evening, welcome back. We're on item 7, Town Board Application Public Hearing. Jamie Winkler, CZ 2023-002, north side of Union Boulevard, County Route 50, approximately 280 feet west of Community Road, Bay Shore, 87 Community Road. Applicant requests a modification of covenants and restrictions associated with TC 0470 in order to permit a two-family residence. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. In 1957, one of the prior, Jamie Winkler, 474 Montauk Highway, West Islip. In 1957, the owner at that time applied for a change of zone from Residence B District to Residence D District, which ironically, Residence D no longer exists. And at that time, he was granted the change of zone with covenants and restrictions, one of which stated that it had to remain an office building and it could not have more than 2 professional offices. In 2009, Keyspan Gas purchased the building and they continue to use it as for office use. My client is now seeking to get a modification of the covenants and restrictions to eliminate the requirement that it be an office building and change it so that it can be a 2-family building. On the Islip zoning map, it does show that this property is zoned CAA. So in theory, it should automatically be allowed to be a 2-family once the modification of the covenants and restrictions is voided.
I don't think we have any cards on this. Anybody come in and wish to be heard on this? Mr. Winkler, we're going to go to staff report, but there's 2 points I have on this, and we can come back to it after Mr. Colgan's report. One is, I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I would like to know what your ideas are for more green space. I mean, it's obviously a parking lot in the back if we're making it into a residential use. So do you plan
Right.
on putting more green space back there and doing something in the parking lot?
Right.
And my second point is
Yes.
the roof, something that's more residential in character.
Okay, well, regarding the green space, there is a very large green space in the front of the building. You speak.
I can see what it looks like. And what I'm saying is what's typical in a residential area is not a large parking lot if we're making it a residential use.
Great question. Mike Murtha, M-U-R-T-H-A. I am the builder contractor for the parcel owner. Yes, I am. And we would not mind doing more green space, but right now there's about 30 or 40 monitoring wells in that parking lot that's left over from Keyspan. So they, even though the property is perfectly clean, they want to just keep them intact. So I don't keep checking them. So I don't think that's a good viable idea right now, but I wouldn't mind in the future when they remove the wells that we create more green space. And the other half of that equation is we're going to make the facade or the building look like a salt box house. So it will be extremely residential with one front door. You walk in a single front door and move left and right to enter each half of the house. And there'll be two backyard doors.
And the roof line will be
We'll
changed.
finally look very residential.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Mr. Colgan for a report, and then we can come back with any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As stated by the applicant, this proposes a two-family dwelling in place of an existing office building. Prior to this, the property was a subject of a change of zone to Residence D in 1957, and the covenants limited it to 2 professional offices. The town board eliminated the Residence D district townwide via code amendment in 1961. When that occurred, all Residence D properties were rezoned to Residence CAA. The two-family dwelling would make the use conforming on the lot. The conforming area consists of, the surrounding area consists of primarily single-family dwellings. The property to the immediate east is zoned for an office use, but appears to be residential use. The building ideally would be improved to better conform with conventional residential architecture, namely with some sort of sloped roof and residential-looking windows to better fit in with the residential appearance of the neighborhood. And lastly, the rear yard is deficient in yard space and is overparked as per our code. Ideally, the western parking spaces would be removed to allow for passive areas for the on-site tenants. The wells aren't identified on the site plan. Perhaps it's something that could be approached during plot plan review when if this application moves forward and if there's any opportunity to squeeze in more green space, again, for the use of the tenants there and to not have the commercial looking parking lot in the rear. So we would leave it up to the board how they want to address it, but we can certainly draft covenants to that effect to work that out with the applicant later on.
Questions from the board? Ms. Cruz?
I wanted to know if any renderings were submitted of the homes. Or are they?
Of what the house will look like?
Yeah.
No, we decided to do this as the first step, and we can do that. We can submit if we get approved.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Cruz, you okay with conditions that says subject to approval by engineering and planning? Okay. Mr. Frugieri?
Just following up on what Mr. Murtha said, the dwelling is gonna have a single front door, and then you walk in the front door and then you go up to either apartment. So that's gonna maintain a single family character of the community by just having that one door, not look like a two-family.
Exactly right, and exactly the intent is for it to look like a single family home.
Okay. And the roof line would reflect a residential.
It's gonna like Cape Cod look is what it's gonna be, a residential Cape Cod looking roof line.
Okay.
Mr. Gonzalez?
I just want to speak to the plot plan review for engineering. So when this does eventually come in for a building permit, It'll go through its zoning review. The plans examiner will review it for building code. It'll get routed over to engineering as well. There'll be a site inspection from the inspector, and then there'll also be a plot plan review, which is basically residential site plan. If there are any deficiencies as far as the amount of pavement in the rear yard, all of that will be addressed during that review from an engineering point, and also zoning will identify any deficiencies if it needs any variances from the Board of Appeals. So
Any further questions from the board? Anything further from the applicant? If you're in agreement, I think this would probably go through subject to the maximization of the landscaping as determined by the planning department, as well as architectural review as approved by the planning department. If that's okay, is there a motion to that effect? Mr. Matamore?
Based on these comments, and I know the neighborhood very well, I think it's a meritorious application. I would move to close the public hearing and grant the application subject to everything that's been discussed as this application proceeds.
Thank you. This is a motion by Mr. Matamore to close the public hearing and
Grant the application.
grant the application subject to covenants and restrictions as well as the two I stated.
Yes, please.
Is there a second? Second by Mr. Ruggiero. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Your application is granted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 8, Town Board Application Public Hearing, Vincent Calvosa, CZ 2023-003, east side of Carlton Avenue, County Route 17, approximately 264 feet north of Union Boulevard, County Route 50, East Islip, 125 Carlton Avenue. Applicant requests a change of zone from General Service T to Residence C and a modification of covenants and restrictions of TC 4587 in order to construct 18 senior citizens apartments. Good evening to the applicant.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and planning staff.
You're going to have to speak a little louder into that microphone or else the court reporter is going to ask you a lot of questions.
Appearing for the applicant, Andrea DiNicola from the office of Eugene DiNicola, DeNicola, from the office of Eugene L. DiNicola, 200 Railroad L. DiNicola, 200 Railroad Avenue, Sable, New York. With me this evening is Mr. Calvosa, principal of the Calvosa organization. Mr. Calvosa grew up in East Islip and attended East Islip High Schools. He has 30 years residential development experience in the town of Islip, where he continues to reside. I also had this evening Rebecca Goldberg of Cameron Engineering, Andrew Stolzenberg of Barapanachi Van Weel for site plan questions, and Mr. Stephen Mahood from the Irish Coffee Pub, if the board has MAHOOD. I've submitted the presentation materials to the board that I wish to make part of this evening's record. So the applicant is requesting the planning board approve recommendation for a change of zone from the parcel at 125 Carlton Avenue, East Islip, New York, for a change of zone from general service T to residency district. The applicant can also request modifications of covenants and restrictions to build 2 senior citizen apartment buildings with 10 units in building 1 on the north side of the property and 8 units in building 2 on the south side of the property, with shared drive aisle, associated site improvements, landscaping, lighting, paving, etc. In describing the area, I'm going to refer to Exhibit E of the materials as the parking key map. So to the north, the property is developed, the property is developed with a 70 space parking lot and maintains a 50-foot setback for the residences to the east. The parcel is burdened also by a cross-access agreement and a common driveway, or shared driveway, I should say, with the Irish Coffee Pub to the north, which is a catering hall and restaurant. The Irish Coffee Pub has 99 parking spaces. Further north of the Irish Coffee Pub is the AmVets Post 18 at 141 Carlton Avenue. The AmVets Post has 119 parking spaces. ICP and AmVets share an access point between their parking lots as shown on Exhibit E. So if the board also wants to take a look at site Exhibit A, there are photos or the radius map aerial. On the south adjoining the parcel is 109 Carlton Avenue, tax lot 8. It's an attractive two-story building with an updated facade that appears to be mixed use. Occupancy with high-end collision. It's an auto body shop. Continuing south, the next parcel on Carlton Avenue is the Carlton Hall. It appears to be an event space at number 103. Another attractive two-story building with the traditional architectural features, dog houses on the roof line, and it's also in the GSD district. Opposite our premises to the west is Stewart Street with single-family homes in Residence A. On the southwest corner of Carlton and Stewart is a fenced parking lot for 100 Carlton Avenue, the Exchange Ambulance, in the B3 zone. The northwest corner of Stewart Street and Carlton Avenue is a one-story auto body shop at 120 Carlton Avenue with 3 repair bays in GSD district. To the east, the parcel's rear yard adjoins the backyards of single-family residences and Residence A on Division Avenue. Those parcels measure approximately 66 feet wide, but they're very deep at 315 feet. Referring the board to the site plan and the application as Exhibit B. So the parcel is appropriate for residency zone change to age-restricted apartments as a transition between the single-family residences and the commercial uses in this area. So the parcel is 1.5 acres. It has frontage of 215 feet along Carlton Avenue to a depth of approximately 305 feet. The entrance of the proposed project aligns with Stewart Street. As shown on the site plan, Building 1 on the north is 30 feet in height and would have 10 apartments. These are the flats, 5 down and 5 up. Building 2 on the south side is 27 feet high and would have 8 townhouses. 2 of these units are designated to be affordable to comply with town code. Both buildings are under the code's height of 35 feet. The rear yard complies with a 50-foot setback and a 50-foot setback and a 25-foot rear yard buffer to the Residence A district. So the proposed site employs passive-active buffer with a gazebo for a focal point in the rear yard and a walking trail that runs along the side yards, and as suggested in discussions with the Planning Commissioner and Mr. Colgan. The parcel will have an attractive superior landscape perimeter plantings and supplemental buffer plantings in the rear yard, which currently has non-native species. The proposal includes greater landscaping percentage at 36.7 feet. 2 zoning variances would be required if the planning board recommends approval and the town board approves a change of zone. The project requires side yard setbacks from 25 feet to 50 feet and front yard setbacks to accommodate the front yards of the buildings. On the proposed architecture, Exhibit D, you have elevations. The proposed buildings face each other and are perpendicular to Carlton Avenue, which allows for internal spaces with the shared parking. The buildings meet the permitted density on the parcel at 12 units per acre, and the building meets floor area ratio of 40%. But let me be specific. Meeting the density means we have 18 units. The elevations are a modern farmhouse style with clean lines, light siding, black accents, a nice metal roof detail, and columns on front porches. Regarding floor plans, each unit is 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms with a washer dryer in the unit. Their units are spacious. So on the north building, that has over 1,200 square feet, and the south building, each unit has over 13 square feet of living space. Proposed on-site parking, we meet it. We offer 32 spaces, broken down. 2 are accessible, 13 are driveway. 2 are accessible spaces, 13 are driveway spaces, 17 are other parking stalls. But in addition, we have 13 garages on site, which bump up the parking spaces to up to 45. We are removing a parking lot from 125 Carlton Avenue, and Karen Engineering by Rebecca Goldberg, we prepared a parking report that appears in your packet as Exhibit F. Rebecca will be speaking to that. Now, the study supports removing the parking lot and the driveway connection. So the Irish Coffee Pub has sufficient parking at 99 spaces on site, and the Irish Coffee Pub may use up to 50 parking stalls of the AmVets parking lot, which underutilizes 119 of their spaces. We are a self-contained project. We have private waste disposal. The property is serviced by the Southwest Sewer District. The Southwest Sewer District. We're in the East Islip School District, and since the project is age restricted, 55 and over, we don't anticipate any school age children. The project represents a well-designed housing development that supports the comprehensive plan and transitions well in this area of Carlton Avenue. The proposed change of zone to Residence C functions well near the Residence A parcels and eliminates the other non-residential GST uses such as medical offices, daycare facilities, and uses allowed by special permits, restaurants, etc. So the Calvosa organization understands market demands for age-restricted senior citizens and is offering larger apartments styled as or in the manner of single-family attached dwellings in a well-maintained and manicured property. But let me be very clear, these are apartments. To summarize, the residents of this proposed project would patronize local businesses, restaurants, bars, the hospitals, and the downtown area. That's about a 7-minute walk 2 blocks south to Main Street. That concludes my remarks. I'd like to call Rebecca Goldberg, unless the board has any questions of me.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, board members. Rebecca Goldberg with Cameron Engineering. Business address is 177 Crossways Park Drive, Woodbury, New York. My role in this application was to prepare the parking study that was previously submitted to the board to determine if the existing cross-access agreement between the applicant's property and the Irish Coffee Pub can be terminated. And as I'll explain in a moment, that study does submit terminating this agreement. I do want to briefly note for the record that the proposed project will have no impact on local traffic conditions on Carlton Avenue or local streets. According to the Institute of Transportation Engineers, or ITE, trip generation manual, these apartments will only generate up to 4 to 7 trips per hour, total of entry and exits at most, which is not enough traffic to warrant a full analysis. Or require what they call a traffic impact study. We can say off the bat, there will not be any traffic impact from this project. Next, Mr. Nicola already explained that the provided parking will fully satisfy the ADA with 2 accessible spaces and the town subdivision and land development regulations. So the parking for this new project will be entirely self-contained and will have no bearing in the future on the Irish Coffee Pub or the immediate area. So therefore, the premise of my parking study is that the cross-access agreement can be terminated between the subject property and the Irish Coffee Pub because the Irish Coffee Pub will not need any of the existing 70 parking spaces at the Iona lot. At the Iona lot, IONA. So just to remind the context of the application, the figure all the way on the right, which I believe is labeled Exhibit E in your packets, is a parking figure to show the subject property with its 70 parking spaces, an existing connection to the Irish Coffee Pub, which we call a cross-access, the Irish Coffee Pub's 99 striped parking spaces, its cross-access connection with the MVS Post 18 building to the north, and that building has 119 striped spaces. The MVETS has had for almost a year now, since March 29th of 2022, an agreement that is included in my parking report that Irish Coffee Pub is permitted to use up to 50 parking spaces, so long as it's not needed by MVETS. And my understanding is that the MVETS has this parking to spare, and including per code, because there is a 52 space code surplus. So allowing 50 spaces for its neighbor will not impact the code provision. In addition, parking demand at the Irish Coffee Pub is smaller than it historically used to be years ago. The parking lot to the south used to be needed. It no longer is. And this is my personal observation. Other engineers at my office have observed this change over the years, and this is also substantiated by the Irish Coffee Pub ownership communications with our office. If the cross-access agreement between this property and the Irish Coffee Pub is terminated, the Irish Coffee Pub would still have up to 149 spaces, the 99 on its own property plus up to 50 next door. So my analysis supports terminating the agreement. We observed a demand of only 121 spaces, which we projected for future peak demand of up to 130 to 140. So because our projection is less than the 149 total, that's why we support removing and terminating the agreement. Some pertinent points, which I'll run through very quickly, I'm almost finished. At the Iona lot, we saw only 22 occupied spaces at most, so all of that parking could have been accommodated at the Amvets lot instead. We saw at least 67 empty spaces at Amvets the entire time, and so they, of course, had more than 50 spaces available. We did see the Amvets building being used, people walking in and out. I just don't have specifics on the actual activity there, except to know that what we counted is in line with IT projections based on the size of that building. Our observations cover the times of the week when fraternal organizations and restaurant caterer uses are busiest. We include busiest. We observed a Saturday afternoon, a Saturday night, and a Sunday afternoon. And we observed events with up to 197 cater party guests in the building at one time, which according to the restaurant is about 88% of their peak typical capacity. So that's how we did the future projections of what the facility might need going forward. The parties that we observed happened to include events such as bridal showers, baby showers, birthdays, anniversaries, but no weddings where we would typically see more people per car. So we saw really a near peak, close to peak condition, and we're very confident in that. So we do two sets of calculations in the report, again, to project what we saw into a real future peak condition if the building is almost entirely full. And both sets of calculations, whether we prorate what we counted or just taking one car per employee for 40 employees plus however many guests, 225 or so guests. And then that number was also less than the 149 that there would be access to in the future. The one recommendation that we have, because this would be a new condition for an existing use, is at the existing and the two cross-access connections, just to provide some on-site directional signage so that people who are coming to the Irish Coffee Pub, they may today know that they can use the south parking lot, also known as the Iona property, but in the future, obviously, they'll see a closed-off connection and will need to be directed to use the connection with Amvets if the Irish Coffee Pub lot is full. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Can I just ask you to clarify one thing that you said? You said there would be no parking impact whatsoever, or no traffic impact, you said.
Correct. Because the traffic generation for the apartments is 7 trips an hour at most.
Okay, so there is a traffic impact. It's just not enough to require a traffic study. I mean, obviously, somebody's going in and out of there, correct? There's nothing there now. If you're building something there that's going to have trips going in and out of there, there is a traffic impact. It may not be significant enough to require a traffic study.
When I say traffic impact, I mean something that will substantially impact the delay that people have as they go through local intersections and the local streets. So there will be some traffic.
Yes.
There will not be zero, but it will not impact traffic flow. It's one car every 10 to 12 minutes.
Got you. Just wanted to be clear on that. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mahood of the Irish Coffee Pub.
Good evening, Board. My name is Stephen Mahood, S-T-E-P-H-E-N, Mahood, M-A-H-O-O-D. I'm partner operator at Irish Coffee Pub at 131 Carlton Avenue, East Islip, New York. So the Irish Coffee Pub has been in business. This year we'll complete 40 years trading. We'd like to think there'll be another 40 years. We've been very fortunate to be supported by our community. We've had this cross-access with Amvet for a number of years. Prior to having had the additional parking south of the property, We've always had sufficient parking. There never seems to be an overflow. As far as we're concerned, as far as we believe, it's been a great relationship with our next door neighbours, the Ambets. We're very proud to be associated with them, and we'd like to think that would continue. We'd like to think this process would make sense. Thank you.
Thank you. I heard absolutely nothing you said.
Do you have any questions of myself or my witnesses at this point?
Okay. We'll come back after the staff report. We're going to go to public hearing first. I'll let Mr. Brown call the names.
Brian Potter.
Good evening. My name is Brian Potter. We live at 20 Brian Potter, P-O-T-T-E-R. I live at 27 Stewart Street, down the block where this site is supposed to be. My main concern about is the traffic, is the driveway or the entranceway of this site faces right down Stewart Street. We have enough traffic going down there now at peak hours. People are cutting through there and going to Wall Street to beat Union Boulevard. It goes down Stewart Street, and makes a left on Wall Street, then a right or a left on Union. So the traffic is my main concern in that driveway. All I'm asking is that driveway or that entranceway be modified or changed so it doesn't face down Stewart Street. We have small kids on that street. It's a new cycle coming down, new people moving into the block, they're having children. That's basically all I have to say about this. It just has to be modified or changed, offset it, and put a triangle or something in the driveways so that people just can't shoot down that block. Okay? Thank you.
Thomas Marquette.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Thomas Marquardt. I live at 64 Division Avenue, East Islip. And I've had an opportunity to take a look at the plans previously, so I'm a little bit familiar with the proposal. So I prepared my comments, which are pretty much a result of my observations over the years from living there over 50 years. And my property is directly adjacent to the subject property to the east. I've lived there since 1973 when I bought the house that was at this address. I've seen many changes over the years. I've witnessed the construction, renovation of several homes in the neighborhood. The improvements have been quite substantial and show significant investment in the community. When we first moved in, the neighborhood was quite different, with a bar at the end of the street, horses and chickens across the street, and a single family home behind us with an abundance of natural vegetation. As time went on, the Irish Coffee Pub was opened and the activity on Carlton Avenue increased. There came a time when the Irish Coffee Pub bought the adjacent property, had an interest in using it to facilitate its business interests. This end, an application was made to the town of Islip to change the mixed zoning from Business 1 and Residence A to GST. I believe that they wanted to have some modest retail use and parking for their catering business. This application was approved and the town board judged the use was compatible with the community and the parking would allow the business to operate efficiently. This approval acknowledged that a 50-foot wide natural buffer would accommodate the business expansion and protect the adjoining residents from the impacts of the increased activity on the formerly residentially zoned property. The natural buffer has proven to be effective to screen the traffic on Carlton Avenue and keep the noise and lights of the parking lot a suitable distance from the residential properties. So my primary concern and request is to maintain and refresh the 50-foot wide natural buffer, which I believe is part of the DCNRs that were established. And I'd like to see the existing D covenant restriction remain intact. The promise that was expressed in the DCNR was to screen the residents from a more intensive land use and allow the property owner the utilization that will allow for financial benefit to increase the business volume of the restaurant. I think this concept still applies. And I had secondary thoughts after taking a look at the proposal. If the application were approved for Residence C, the 50-foot natural buffer should be maintained and updated to repair the top rail of the chain link fence that was damaged by falling tree limbs, and the deteriorated stockade fence should be replaced to meet current standards. And the buffer could be supplemented with additional native species to augment the effectiveness of the screening value. I have several other points if you allow me to just finish up. The application notice did not mention any request for reduction of the zoning standards for side yard or front yard setbacks. I'd like to understand the need for any reduction of the development standards and what the applicant could build if the variances were not granted, such as what is the right, as of right development plan that could be built for either GST or residency. If the property were approved for senior citizen apartments, is the age restriction guaranteed? Are there going to be deed covenants restrictions to guarantee that? The question about units less than market value, I guess, are per code, there'll be 2 units. Has there been an environmental assessment done for this per the Environmental Quality Review Act? I'd like to see all the impacts assessed to the community and to the future residents. The additional traffic on Carlton Avenue should be evaluated, and the reduction in parking availability is an issue. Will there be adequate parking on the property for the residents and their visitors? The proposed units will be near traffic, noise, and lights from the parking lot. Will there be a noise attenuation barrier and screening from car headlights? Will the 55 and over population have a sustainable living environment? Will there be energy efficient techniques to minimize future utility costs?
Just going to ask you if you could wrap that up. We can certainly take that in writing and make it part of the record as well.
Okay, I'll submit this in writing.
Thank you.
I think, in summary, I'd like to see if the zoning can be respected and that the required setbacks for either GST, if that remains, or the Residence C district be utilized to see what could be built as of right without granting any variances. Thank you.
David Bloom.
Good evening again. I found out this at David Bloom, 38 Captain's Drive, Islip. I found out this afternoon about this application. I was here for another application. I felt the need to step forward and speak about the Calvosa organization. First off, I'm very familiar with the property and the area there. I'm extremely familiar with the Irish Coffee Pub. I'm also extremely hungry right now and don't want to think about the Irish Coffee Pub. But I truly believe that seniors do need a place to live and stay that don't want to maintain their homes anymore. We don't want to lose them. My mom is actually one of them. This type of project has no burden on our school districts. I think it's totally appropriate for the area, and the fact that the Irish Coffee Pub owner is in favor of doing this, I think it's a great thing. But what I really want to say is that I know the Calvosa organization. I know Vincent Calvosa, and they are first class. Any project that I've seen them do, from home building to some of these other projects similar to this, are absolutely perfectly well done, and the people are really thrilled with it. My wife's a real estate appraiser. She's actually appraised some of Calvosa's organization's homes, and they do a great job. I am fully in support of this project. Thank you.
George Padlaha.
Good evening. You need to spell my last name. Podlaha. First name George. I live at 31 Woodland Street, East Islip, New York. Thank you very much for having us tonight. We just got back from Jersey. Unfortunately, we have a death. But anyway, I've heard a lot of different things. This is the first we're seeing this. I'm AMVETS, okay? We heard people talk about AMVETS and how we are with the Irish Coffee Pub. Well, I'm third vice commander there, and I'm going to let you know how we are. We had a good relationship. We have a good relationship. The thing was, it was for pretty much their staff to utilize our parking lot. Well, the other day we had a visit from the coffee pub, and they said to us, they're going to do an impact study. So don't be upset. Am I going too fast? Don't be upset if there's people on your property, because we're going to do an impact study. Because we're thinking, well, we're back to selling the property, and on the other side of the Irish Coffee Pub. So we said, okay. That followed by telephone calls within a couple of days of that signs were put for zoning changes or this hearing in front on their property. That followed, the commander got a letter from the attorneys stating this was going to happen. That took that relationship and just went like this to it. We had a quick board meeting. We felt that we were not addressed by any of this. We're the neighbor. You heard what these people said. We opened up our arms as veterans to our community, to our neighbors. And then all of a sudden, it feels like, you know what, we got a project and we're kind of like going forward with it. The other day, the impact, okay, that we had over 250 people at our facility. Young lady said that we have about 140 something or whatever parking spots. Well, the Irish Coffee Pub had another 175 people at their establishment the same night, Saturday. We were both, and the people came in for our party and said to us, we have no place to park. I went out immediately and found out, and I saw people casually walking over to the pub, and I said, excuse me, are you at this party? Or are you at their party? And they said they're over at the Irish Coffee Pub. I said, can you do me a favor, please? Can you please park over in their parking lot, which is on the other side? But they said it's already crowded over there. I said, well, they have an additional parking at another area. They said, oh, thank you. And thank you for coming and addressing yourself in the way you did. So we did. The thing is right now is lately, I'm going to wrap this up, but the thing is that it went from a nice gesture on both halves, and I'm not here knocking anybody, but on both halves. And now it seems like when we come in, the parking lot is almost full, okay, pretty much in the back and on the side of our establishment, and our members have no place to park. And then, so I think the impact really has to be on that value, and we have to see if this is going to be a detriment to all of us or not. And also, too, I'm not against seniors, but we also said we got a lot of senior places in East Islip, big complexes over where Grumman's used to be. So we're not shy for having places for seniors, but at the same token, I think on this road and this strip, I think it's a little too much. I think it should be a commercial entity, and that's it. And I just want to say one more thing. I'm 5 generations here in East Islip, and I know what the gentleman was talking about and the different things and what we've seen, the chickens and all the other stuff. My grandfather had the bar on Stewart and Call, right next to the Chevrolet dealer, Rumplix. But anyway, I'm not here to knock anybody. It could be a great builder, could be whatever. Could be all great. These people are nice people, and that's not personal. This is business, and we can't have this kind of an impact on our business. Also, too, we also do now have a writers group and a juniors group that we're bringing to our facility. We need our spots. So the guys are talking about redoing our whole relationship with the pub. Not madly, but we have to. It's the times.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Can I ask you before you step away, what is AMVETS?
AMVET's is
No, no, no,
the-
no. What is AMVET's position on the cross-access?
What is, I'm sorry?
What is AMVET's position on allowing, they're representing tonight that they have cross-access. Is AMVET's saying that they do not?
No, we're not, AMVET's, like I said, in the beginning, it was only for their staff. Now it's taking a little bit too much of an impact. The other day also too, we had a outdoor sportsman show. We had people, we were parking over there. I was approached by one of the owners and said that, George, you're taking more, our spaces. And he was polite. I'm not here to throw stones. But at the same token, the impact, we can't do this no more. We're at a point, we had a board meeting and the board, on your question, we're going to have to readdress the pub and we'll talk to them about what we're going to be doing. And that gate probably will be no longer.
So can I ask, once the board makes their decision, has their discussion, that AMVET send a letter to this board with your decision on the cross-access?
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Raymond Meyer?
Raymond Meyer, 964 Church Street, Bohemia. Raymond Meyer, 964 Church Street, Bohemia. Mostly I just deferred to George from what he was saying. I'm a member of the veterans as well. I'd just like to say it kind of started as a gentleman's agreement, but at this point in time, we need the parking for ourselves. So again, I would defer to George. He wasn't going to be able to make it tonight. I'm glad that he did. But again, we're looking out for the veterans' best interest at this point in time. So I thank you.
Lois Frick?
For the knee.
I got Lois right this time.
Yeah, you got Lois right. Fricky, Fricke. So I'm here again, but I represent Long Island Builders Institute. I'm the operations director. Our CEO, our new CEO, Michael Florio, couldn't be here, so I'm reading his short statement to you. And then I will just give you a couple of other pieces of information. The Long Island Builders Institute, the largest building trade organization in New York, wishes to express its support for the proposed development by Vincent Calvosa of 125 Carlton Avenue, where he would construct 18 senior apartments. Housing for seniors is badly needed not only in the town of Islip, but across Long Island as well. We all recognize the need for increased housing choices in the area, especially for seniors who are looking to move out of their homes but stay in their local communities. The ability for seniors to move into apartments like this will open up new housing opportunities for other families in the area. Additionally, Mr. Calvosa is a longstanding member of our organization, and he currently serves as our president and has obtained a stellar reputation as a master builder in the industries. For that reason and many others, the organization supports Vincent Calvosa's project. I would like to say that I am with Long Island Builders for 28 years. I met Vincent Calvosa 28 years ago. And he started as a framer, and he worked his way up to a master builder. He built the museum that you have here. He is probably the most perfect builder that I have ever known in my 28 years. He is so professional, and everything has to be perfect. If I was building a house, I would only have Vincent do it. He is so respected by our industry and so well known in your town that he would bring nothing but positive things to this project. I think that the pub next door and that road really should deserve something special. You know, I'm a senior. I'm going to be 80. It's time for people, they want to move out of their homes. They want to be with other seniors. They don't drive that much. It's just a perfect place and a perfect project. So I didn't bring a lot of letters with me because I only found out last night about this. But I can, if you're still accepting them, get you tons of letters that recommend Vincent Calvosa and the work he does in the project. If you need be, I will do that. If not, I will hand this one letter that I have and the letter from our CEO. And I hope you'll approve this and let this project go through. Thank you.
Thank you. We will make that part of the record, and you're welcome to submit any other letters you'd like. That's the last card that I have. Did anybody else wish to be heard on this application? Not seeing anyone, I'm going to turn to Mr. Colgan for a report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As stated by the applicant, this proposes a senior apartment complex on an existing property improved with a parking lot. Prior to this, the property had been the subject of a change of zone to General Service T in 2001. The rationale behind that decision was the comprehensive plan has called for ideal transitional uses between single-family detached residential zones and commercial/industrial uses. The requested rezoning to GST will accommodate a use that is an acceptable transition in this location. The lot also served to accommodate overspill parking from the Irish Coffee Pub to the north. The Residence C district is generally preferred in areas located within a convenient distance to a downtown center or in the alternate existing retail services and maintain convenient access to public transportation services. Carlton Avenue consists of mostly General Service D and T districts with some Residence C south of Union Boulevard. Many of the properties are legal nonconforming, including vehicle repair across the street, as well as to the immediate south. Single-family residences are to the east. There is a shopping center approximately 1/4 mile to the north and another shopping center approximately 1/4 mile to the south. The 3C Suffolk County Transit Bus route services this area of East Islip. The sites for Residence C are intended to be of sufficient size and shape so as to provide for the required buffer, landscaping, and setback requirements, provide for adequate parking while still maintaining residential appearance, provide for ample open space and/or recreation areas consistent with the needs of the residents and the goals of the town of Islip. The conceptual site plan before the board shows 36.7% overall landscaping and meets the parking requirements. Variances would be needed from the Zoning Board of Appeals, including front yard and side yard setbacks. It should be noted that if these were proposed as ownership units, the site layout in terms of the building locations would be compliant. A parking study was submitted by the applicant indicating that there is ample parking at the AMVETS facility during events at both the AMVETS and Irish Coffee Pub facilities. However, as we heard earlier, securing a parking agreement for the two is essential to ensure that there is no spillover parking from either facility. The building elevations encompass farmhouse-style architecture, which is not prominent in this immediate area, but does give the appearance of traditional townhouses. The board may want to consider adding materials similar to nearby properties to achieve a transitional look. But since we've received several comments tonight, the staff would recommend that the board reserve decision to go over them with the applicant.
Well, Ms. Nicole, I think the biggest hurdle right now is your application is premised upon the fact that you have 50 parking spots when you eliminate the 70. And from what I'm hearing from the AMVETS, at least somebody on their board, is that that's no longer available or possibly no longer available.
That is what I heard too, Mr. Chairman. So to say that, again, we meet parking, ICP. Also, I just will say, I believe I've spoken to Mr. Colgan about this, that ICP, Irish Coffee Pub, has their required parking for their site plan with a 10% parking relaxation. They meet it. That would have been like 104 stalls. Can you hear me? 104 stalls. And then when the cross access opening, it lifted up maybe 3 stalls. But ICP meets what they were approved for with their last site plan. I appreciate what the third commander said from AMVETS, and I'm sorry of whatever communications he may have had with ICP. My office does not represent ICP, did not make communications on behalf of ICP for that. Perhaps the only notice he would have received from, he said, a lawyer, I'm taking it, my office, was the public notice of this evening's hearing. I'm happy to take questions of AMVETS at any time they wish, but I do understand it's a relationship that has to be forged between ICP because it's their parking situation.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding, I was having Sean or Mr. Colgan check that while the speakers were speaking, that you're required to have 145 parking spaces. I know you're saying 103 or 104, based Irish Coffee Pub.
Irish Coffee
your
Pub, right? I understood with the 10% parking relaxation that they were granted. So on the ground, it was my understanding and I could be wrong. Sean, let me know.
Sure, right.
That on the ground they have 99.
Correct.
And
Correct.
on the ground with their 10% relaxation, they would have needed about 104. When you take 3 up to open the driveway access between the parking lots, they're short 3 actually per their site plan.
Okay, so I just think we need clarification on that because it's, what we're showing is 145. There's a 10% relaxation granted on that. Obviously, it would be much different.
Yes.
But
okay.
I think even if that's what's required from what I'm hearing this evening from both the applicant as well as the AMVETS, is that there are times when you need more than what you have. So there obviously is a problem if we eliminate that, correct?
Yeah, I heard that too. So I think ICP would need to have some other accommodation for their facilities, perhaps coordinate event nights if they want to have a continuing good relationship with AMVETS.
So, yeah, certainly, I mean, my opinion, I'm only one board member here, but for this to move forward, there needs to be an agreement. And based on tonight, there needs to be a recorded agreement that runs with that. God forbid the AMVET sells. I know the one in Bayshore is going up for sale. You never know what happens in the future, but that would have to be recorded on that land if that's going to be approved. The setback question was raised, and I had that question as well for myself, that you don't meet 2 of the setbacks, the front yard and I think the side yard setback.
So
And
Mr. Marquardt, former senior planner in the town of Islip,
regardless, if I had the question prior to him speaking, there are 2 of the
Sure.
questions I wrote down, so.
Marquardt, Marquardt. So he has the benefit of the 50-foot setback. We meet the setback for the rear yard. We meet the 25-foot buffer for the rear yard proposed in Residence C. The side yards respectfully don't affect him.
Listen, I just want to point out to you, I had
Sure.
that question written down here prior to him bringing that up. That
Okay.
looking at your own proposal, what you submitted, it doesn't meet it. So
So
let's
the
not make it about
percentage-
him, just answer the
I
question.
understand. So the percentage of deviation on the side yards, we feel is completely ameliorated by the fact that Mr. Calvosa has designed single-family attached dwellings. You would never know that they're apartments aside from the business model. They could be single-family attached dwellings, and they would meet the 25-foot setback. That's the premise. And respectfully, if the board would approve it and the town would recommend approval and the town board would approve it, those are the setbacks we would have to go for. As far as the front yard setback, appreciating that we still have a transition that's deeper than the building to the south, which is a 2-story, no setback, no front yard landscaping, paved in the front, auto body, but it's an attractive building. So I think we still, by maintaining 40 feet on the north and 38.8 feet on the south, and we have a pretty detailed west elevation, might be able to overcome any deficiency that there may be in a requested variance for the front yard.
Or you could make them ownership units, which would get you the required 25 versus the required 50.
I would leave that to the developer.
Okay, just wanted to point that out. I mean, there's obviously a distinction in the code for a reason. I didn't draft it. I don't know what they were thinking at the time, but there's a 25-foot for ownership, 50-foot for the rental community. I don't know the history behind it. I'd have to go back and research that. Are there further questions from the board? Mr. Moriarty?
Thank you. This is directed to Sean. I thought I heard one of the residents mention on a 50-foot vegetative buffer on the east side. Is that the case?
So with the current covenants on the property, when it was rezoned to general service T, there was a requirement for a 50-foot vegetative buffer to those residences.
Okay, so, and the plan as submitted obviously doesn't comply with that.
There's not a landscape plan. Maybe Andrew Stolzenberg wants to come up and talk to about.
And specifically, I'm wondering about the siting. I think that's that garbage, actually. Is that a dumpster? Sorry, thank you. Is that within that 50-foot buffer as well?
That's the gazebo and the turnaround for the fire.
The gazebo is within the buffer. It's a passive active buffer. I do not believe the garbage, the enclosure is within the buffer, no. And as far as certainly the proposed landscaping in the back, which is almost 25 feet, that could be increased a little bit. So we could have more plantings forward of the pathway. And we could also fill in the corners in the rear. There are some turnaround positions for fire truck apparatus that maybe if you want to hear from the site designer about that.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to see some accommodations made to the plan to satisfy that homeowner. He's been relying upon a 50-foot buffer for the last 25 years, and for us to be asked to eliminate it, I think we've got to get some comfort that he's not going to have those kinds of issues literally in his backyard.
Yes, happy to have that continuing discussion with the planning board, planning staff.
Are there further questions from the board? Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I would just like to clarify, the 50-foot buffer, I see from on the south side of your building, the new building, to the property line is 50 feet. So it's just where the gazebo is where it doesn't meet the 50 feet.
Yes,
The
yes.
east side.
Well, the 50 feet actually is to the building line, and it's a 25-foot residential buffer in the proposed residence.
Right,
So,
but
yeah,
what I'm showing is 50 feet on the corner from
Yes.
your building to the property line. Probably up at the other end of it. The other building is even larger to the back property line, but it's just where the gazebo is that it doesn't meet the 50
Yes,
foot, which
yes,
is not
Mr.
required.
Yes, Mr. Brown, that is correct.
Right. Thank you for clarifying that.
And clarification, the code requires 25, the covenant that currently on the property requires it to be 50.
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions from the board? Anything further from the applicant?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a motion? Mr. Brown?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we close the public hearing and reserve tonight in order to give us time to go through the information that we gathered tonight.
It's a motion by Mr. Brown to close the public hearing and reserve decision. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Bruno. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? We're reserved. Thank you. Item 9 on the agenda, site plan modification decision item, Half Acre Group LLC, SP 2021-057, northeast corner of Pond Road and Marconi Avenue, Ronkonkoma, 0 Pond Road. Applicant requests a parking relaxation in connection with construction of new industrial warehouse office building. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I am Thomas Walsh, Thomas P. Walsh Architects, 700 Veterans Memorial Highway in Hauppauge.
Mr. Walsh, one second. Can I just ask everybody who's on this application, if you want to speak, to please take it to the hallway so we can hear it? Go ahead, Mr. Walsh.
Thank you. I'm here representing Half Acre Group. The applicant recently had surgery on his back, really can't get around very good. Before the application before the board is a 4-car parking
Once again,
relaxation.
ladies and gentlemen, if you could take the conversations outside, we have other proceedings this evening. Can I ask everyone to please take the conversations outside to the hallway? Okay, let's go back on the record.
We're seeking a 4-car parking relaxation for a proposed 5,940 square foot owner-occupied 2-tenant industrial building on the corner of Pond Road and Marconi Avenue in Ronkonkoma. This project has been extensively reviewed by the engineering department over the course of the last year, and finally we've been able to come before the board seeking the relaxation, which would hopefully free us up to get site plan approval. We have had the opportunity to review the conditions that Tanner sent us earlier today, and the client has accepted them. As a matter of fact, I believe he already has them signed and notarized. So if the board has any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them for you.
Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As stated by Mr. Walsh, this is an industrial one-zone half-acre property currently unimproved. It was the subject of a prior site plan application for a one-story vehicle storage building related to a tree service company. That plan went through 3 site plan review denials before the owner sold the property to the current applicant. Then that site plan application was withdrawn. The plan before the board tonight is no longer related to that tree service company, and instead is proposing a one-story warehouse office building. As stated by Mr. Walsh, it will consist of 2 potential units, the first being 4,300 square feet for an HVAC service provider, and the remaining 1,620 square feet to be rented to a small contractor or warehouse business. HVAC business will consist of 4 office employees with the service technicians utilizing vans that are brought home each night. There are 2 access points, one on Marconi Avenue as far east on the property away from the corner, and the other on Pond Road as far north away from the corner as well. As the 2 parking lots are not interconnected, each must provide independent ADA accessibility and parking. So each lot has 1 ADA stall. This reduces the amount of parking that can be provided on site when factoring in the no parking striping that each ADA stall is required to have. The 4-stall parking relaxation based on those 2 uses is manageable, and overflow issues are not foreseen. If there are, the conditions allow the board to bring the applicant back at a public hearing. Lastly, 2 road widening dedications along with a corner radius dedication are being offered to the town to increase the right-of-way width of the street frontages and accommodate new sidewalk. So based on the above, staff recommends the board grant the application subject to the attached conditions.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Anything further from the applicant?
No, sir.
Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Brown?
does I make a motion that we grant the application as read?
It's a motion by Mr. Brown to grant the application. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Moriarty. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? The application is granted. Thank you.
Very much.
Item 10 on the agenda, Brad Lippman, SP 2021-085, southeast corner of East Main Street and Matinecock Avenue, East Islip, 136 and 146 East Main Street. Applicant requests a parking relaxation in connection with the change of use from an existing professional office to a medical office. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. For the applicant, Brian Kennedy, partner with the law firm of Forcelli, Deegan, Tirana. This is the applicant's 3rd time before this board as this plan works its way through the engineering department. Originally, it had been designed to adequately park the site. We have learned recently that there is a need for a one stall parking variance, and I will defer to Mr. Gonzalez on the need for that. We have reviewed the covenants and restrictions and executed them for the board as well.
Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As stated by Mr. Kennedy, this application was last heard on January 4th for a landscaping relaxation. Subsequent to that hearing, during the final review of the site plan application, it was discovered that the single proposed land bank stall on the plan was not part of the prior relaxations that were granted. It was strictly landscaping at the time. Instead of having the planning commissioner authorize the land banking subject to a DCNR on the property, which is standard protocol, staff is recommending the 1-stall parking relaxation, as the proposed location would cause issues with the ingress-egress if it were ever built, and the 1-stall relaxation is de minimis in nature and should not pose an issue. So based on the above, staff recommends the board grant the application subject to the attached conditions, and hopefully site plan review will be soon after that. So
You said final, Mr. Gonzalez.
Are there any questions from the board? Anything further from the applicant?
No, thank you.
Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Brown?
Yes, based on the staff report by Mr. Tanner, make a motion to grant the application.
Motion on the staff report by Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Brown makes a motion to approve the application. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Bruno. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? The application is granted. Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Item 11 on the agenda, planning board application decision item, Bola EM Realty LLC, PB 2022-009, southeast corner of Bayshore Road, County Route 57 in Manor Lane, Bayshore, 236 Bayshore Road. Applicant requests a planning board special permit for a convenience market in the Business 3 District pursuant to 68-302.1D. Site plan modifications may also be requested as part of the application. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, fellow board members. For the applicant, David Altman, that's ALTMAN, Law Office of Brown, Altman, and DiLeo, DILEO, 538 Broad Hollow Road, Suite 301W, Melville, New York, for the applicant. I'm going to be brief because Mr. Guardino just told me it is past his bedtime, and frankly, it's past my bedtime as well. So, as the board may recall, and I know the board is very familiar with the application, we were before you on July 13th of this year in connection with Bola's application for a special use permit for an accessory convenience store at the subject site. At the conclusion of the hearing, this board asked the applicant to consider either closing or installing a gate at the southern curb cut, which would be the only remaining curb cut on Manor Lane. The applicant has duly investigated the board's request. That investigation included the preparation of an updated traffic analysis by Stonefield Engineering dated August 19th of 22, as well as inquiring with the Islip Fire Marshal's office. The Islip Fire Marshal's office? Inquiring. The Islip Fire Marshal issued a letter dated August 31 of 22 in connection with that inquiry. In addition, inquiry was also made to the Suffolk County Department of Public Works, which has jurisdiction of Bayshore Road. A response was received from SEDPW on 11/15 of 22. Those three documents were submitted to the board on November 30th of last year. Each one of the entities that I just mentioned found objection with and problems with closing the curb cut on Manor Road, both principally for issues of traffic and motorist safety, and thought imprudent. Those documents have been provided to the board. We are now at the stage where we would love for this board to approve the application as presented. I think we have answered and addressed just about every concern that the board has asked us to address. Yesterday evening, we received proposed conditions of approval from the planning department. I spoke with Mr. Colgan earlier today, and there was slight modification to the conditions such that the proposed conditions of approval are consistent with the conditions of approval that were issued by the town board when it granted its approval for the special use permit for the gasoline service station use on March 10th of last year. Those conditions were subsequently memorialized in a declaration of covenants and restrictions, which were filed with the Suffolk County Clerk on June 15th of 22 in Liber 13160, page 446. That concludes our presentation. We would ask at this time that the board look favorably. To the extent there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Also with me this evening, just in case the board has any further questions regarding the site plan or traffic, Chris Tartaglia from High Point Engineering, the project civil engineer, who I know the board is familiar with, and Josh Sherman, who spoke earlier on a prior application from Stonefield, is our traffic engineer. Thank you all.
Thank you. Ms. Wosley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This application was heard in July, requesting a special permit for a convenience market. At that time, the board reserved decision so the applicant could provide updated accident data and explore the possibility of closing the Manor Lane curb cut. The applicant has provided an updated traffic study from Stonefield Engineering, which states that Bola's new development is anticipated to generate 18 total new trips during the weekday morning peak hour and 24 total new trips during the weekday evening peak hour, and that over the 80-month network study period, only one collision was reported on each of the existing gasoline station site frontages proximate to the existing site driveways. In addition, the applicant has provided a copy of a letter from the Suffolk County DPW advising against closing the Manor Lane curb cut, stating that this would encourage motorists wishing to travel west to either make an unsafe left turn out of the right turn exit only curb cut or make a U-turn after exiting. The applicant also provided a letter from the fire marshal's office stating that a limited access gate across this curb cut would cause confusion on how to enter the property and create the potential for accidents. Planning also reached out to the town's traffic consultant, who stated the Manor Lane curb cut is not necessary as the site is small and could operate with access to Bayshore Road only. However, the Manor Lane curb cut has the benefit of allowing left turners leaving the site that would want to travel west on Bayshore Road and the opportunity to do so via the signal at Manor the signal at Manor at Bayshore. If the board feels comfortable with the proposed curb cut on Manor Lane, planning recommends the board grant the application subject to the covenants outlined in TC 5379 and the attached conditions.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Anything further from the applicant?
No, sir.
Is there a motion? Ms. Frugieri.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to grant this application.
It's a motion by Mr. Frugieri to grant the application. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Bruno. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? The application is granted.
Thank you all. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you. Item 12 on the agenda, Planning Board Application Decision Item 62 West Main Holding LLC, PB 2022-027, south side of West Main Street, State Route 27A, approximately 77 feet west of South Park Avenue, Bayshore, 62 West Main Street. Applicant requests a Planning Board special permit for a restaurant in the business district pursuant to 68-257.1I. Applicant also requests Planning Board special permits for a bar and outside seating and bar service accessory to a bar pursuant to 68-257.1M and N respectively. Site plan modifications are also requested as part of this application. Good evening.
Good evening, Nicholas Fluger. It's PFLUGER of Bowler Fluger Architects at 85 East Main Street, Bayshore, New York. Architect on the project. Just briefly, I just want to say that I believe the board has received the revised renderings with the screening at the front of the building. And also the owners are in agreement with the conditions that we received today. And they are prepared to execute those conditions as soon as tomorrow. And if the board has any questions, I can surely answer them.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Ms. Wozniak for a report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the previous hearing, the board had requested renderings showing screening and sound attenuation on the north side of the building. The applicant has since prepared renderings showing a screen wall along the north and south sides of the building, which is approximately 8.5 feet in height and is a mixture of glass and wood slats to provide both visual and sound screening. If the board feels comfortable with the proposed screening, planning has prepared draft conditions.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Mr. Moriarty?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. I know the major concern that we had was sound, and I'm wondering, Kelly, I'll direct this to you. Do we have language in the conditions or the covenants and restrictions allowing the board to bring it back to readdress this issue if sound becomes an issue in the operations?
I don't think I have that condition specifically. I could definitely add it. It does prohibit outside music, loudspeakers, and entertainment on the roof area.
I saw that language, but I'd like to see if we can, assuming it's not an issue with the applicant, I'd like to see some language in there allowing us to bring it back in the event of issues of sound concerns going forward.
Yes, the owners would be absolutely fine with that.
Any further questions? And I just want to say, obviously, item 8 is on the on here in terms of sound. I know Mr. Bertolino represented last time that sound was permitted. I would say live music was permitted or speakers and the rest were allowed outside. I just want to be clear that is the position of the applicant that is not allowed outside.
That is correct. They are 100% clear.
Okay. That being said, is there a motion? Mr. Moriarty, why don't you make it since you have the extra condition in there?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion that we grant the application subject to the existing conditions with an additional condition built in that in the event of objections or complaints being raised with respect to sound, emanating from the property, we have the ability at the planning board to bring the application back before us.
Motion by Mr. Moriarty to grant the application subject to the CNRs plus the additional condition as he stated. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Matamore. All in favor? Opposed, abstentions, the application is granted. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Where am I here? Number 13, Planning Board decision item, Anthony Tartaglia, PB 2022-032, northeast corner of Montauk Highway, New York State Route 27A and Park Avenue, Bayshore, 55 West Main Street. Applicant requests a Planning Board special permit for a bar and outside rooftop seating and bar service pursuant to 68-257.1 M and N respectively. Site plan modifications are requested as part of the application. Good evening.
Good evening. David Bush, registered architect, office at 90 West Main Street, Bayshore, New York. This application sounds very familiar to the one that was just prior to us. We were heard last time, January 17th, on a special permit request. We reviewed the proposed plan and organization of the restaurant space, number of seats, etc. And we discussed the rooftop occupancy. One of the concerns of the board was again, sound that might be generated from the rooftop use. And in particular, one of the items that's within the covenant restriction, item number 5, having to do with outdoor speakers excluding the use of outdoor speakers or performance. So in follow-up to that hearing, we had a meeting with the planning department to review some screening potentials. And then additionally, we took on, the owner took on the burden, if you will, to engage a sound consultant. So I would like to, and I apologize for last minute, it was unavailable to submit earlier, but I do have a document I would like to submit to the planning board tonight, along with the highlighted points. I will review it as quickly as I can to get through it.
We'll make those part of the record. Thank you.
Thank you. So I handed out in that little package is a sound assessment report that's from Cerami. It's dated February. Cerami, C-E-R-A-M-I. They are expert acoustic consultants. We deal a lot with them in several facets of projects, sound attenuations, designs, sound studios, audio studios, rooftop occupancies in Manhattan, things like that. Along with that, right behind that report is a BA cover sheet. And really all it is a synopsis of the report to assist review. There's an updated rendering, which proposes a screen along the Park Avenue side. That's drawing A4.1. And that's drawing A4.1. And that's the Park Avenue side across from Village Place. And there's a simple little plan diagram drawing A5.1, demonstrating the distance from Village Place to the proximity in the middle of the proposed roof occupancy. The Cerami report is a very technical report. They're technical engineers, very much like traffic engineers. If I may, my cover sheet, which is a 2-page summary, just summarizes the report for us. By section of the report, section number 1 of the report, which is on the first page, it quotes the noise ordinance of Suffolk County and town code within noise control table 1 are cited as a basis of the study. Section 2 of the report recognizes ambient noise level measurements. What was done for this report, and it's in the appendix of the report, the last page, was that acoustic recording equipment was installed at the rooftop, the location of the proposed rooftop occupancy on the corner of Park Avenue and Main Street. And that was put in position for from Friday, February 17th through Monday, February 20th, and recorded sound across the weekend. In result of that, if we look at section 2, we see that the overall average of ambient noise level measured during the restaurant operating hours from 12 to 12 was approximately 58 decibels. The lowest ambient recorded was approximately 53 decibels between 8 p.m. and 12 a.m. And then there's a statement at the end of section 2 that states, in order to propose ambient noise, apologize, just trying to go as quick as I can. I'm with you, yes. In order for the proposed ambient noise outlined above to avoid being plainly audible and plainly audible is a cite from the Suffolk County and Town of Islip Code. And plainly audible just states that it's noticeable to the surrounding properties. The projected sound levels would have to be no greater than 5 decibels lower than the ambient. 53 decibels during the afternoon and evening, and 48 decibels during the nighttime hours. Section 3 of the report, 3.1, speaks to restaurant noise levels. It looks at the project and the proposed square footage and occupancy, and it states that per table 3, the proposed rooftop restaurant bar would project sound level through an open window at Village Place to 3 decibels quieter than the existing lowest ambient and 7 decibels quieter than the existing lowest ambient at the project across Main Street, the apartments across Main Street. Since the restaurant level, in summary, since the restaurant noise levels are expected to be below ambient, we believe the noise levels would not be plainly audible nor a noise disturbance. That's stated in section 3.1 of the report. During daytime hours, the restaurant noise is anticipated to be well below ambient sound levels, as much as 8 dB at Village Place and 12
Mr.
dB.
Bush, I'm going to interrupt you 1 second for a question from Ms. Frugieri.
Yeah, before you go too much further, I don't know
Yes.
about anybody else, but you're confusing me. Where you talk about projected ambient levels, where are you getting these numbers from? I've been to, obviously we've all been to restaurants. Every restaurant has a different sound level. I think what this board was concerned about was the noise that's going to emanate from the rooftop part of this, which may or may not be louder than what's even inside. So, I mean, how are you estimating these projected decibel levels?
It's not myself. This is Cerami, the acoustic professionals. They are basing these decibel ratings based on the total square footage and occupancy of the rooftop bar.
So they haven't gone to other rooftop bars that are
no,
similar
this is recorded data, right? That's used to kind of make a summary, much like the ITE report that was referred to inside the traffic studies.
Yeah, traffic studies, yeah.
Yes. Okay. So
So it's their best guess as to what the projected sound levels would be.
It's an accurate, educated guess based on, how can I say, previously recorded data.
Okay.
So, and I apologize if I'm going fast. I know it's late. I'm just trying to get through this and get to the point of it. So during the daytime hours, the noise is anticipated to be well below the ambient levels. In section 3.2 of the report, 3.2, they address music sound levels. So in the first section of the report, 3.1, it clearly states that the anticipated occupancy of the rooftop, the occupancy, the square footage, et cetera, the proposed use is not expected to be plainly audible or noise disturbances with the window open at Village Place. And that's with, I should state that this report looks at the condition as it exists. This is without any sound or acoustic barrier. At 3.2, they look at the music sound levels. And we look at this in 2 ways. We summarize it in 2 ways in the report. They state that if a music sound level is positioned along the parapet along Park Avenue, which is closest proximate to Village Place, for a proposed solo music performer, a guitarist, pianist, or vocalist, an acoustic performer providing background music, which is the goal of this, restaurant background music, the anticipated sound levels would be 55 decibels and may be somewhat audible over the lowest ambient 53, although not necessarily bothersome. And it should be bothersome. And they note that the average ambient, not the lowest ambient, but the average ambient during the hours of operation of the restaurant, which is within the report, is actually 58 decibel. So again, an acoustic performer would be 55. For a proposed background music, for instance, speakers, stereo speakers, the sound levels anticipated would be 52
Mr. Bush,
decibels.
can I just ask why we're talking about speakers and performers? We know that there's no outside.
Well,
speakers or performers permitted, correct?
It is an item of the covenant. That is a statement of the covenant, item 5.
Right.
And I was just reviewing the condition to see if I could discuss that with the board.
Okay.
If positioned back, that's the noise levels at the parapet. If positioned back from the parapet, approximately 75 feet from Village Place, we would see the decibel levels drop to 53 and 50, below the average of the 58, well below. So in summary, this report looked at without any acoustic barrier, without any extension of parapet. If we looked at a solid screen, wood or glass, this would reduce the noise levels another 5 to 8 decibel. A louvered screen would reduce the noise levels by approximately 3 more decibel. So in summary, with a solid screen, which is demonstrated in the rendering, the noise drops to 45 to 48 and 42 to 45 for music systems. With a louvered screen, a projected noise of 50 is achieved for performers and 47 for music systems set 75 feet back. This is substantially below the 53 and the 48, which becomes plainly audible as a condition of the Suffolk County Code and is far further down than the Islip Town Code, which has a requirement of 55 decibel. That's the summary of this Cerami report. So in conclusion, this rooftop occupancy is located in the middle of an urban setting. It doesn't back up or front against any single family residential. It's surrounded by all sides by restaurant and other commercial occupancies. It is truly an urban setting, and agreed there are apartments located across the west, across the street from Park Avenue, and these apartments sit in an urban fabric. With the average ambient noises surrounding the apartments on a daily basis, with controlled acoustic and properly placed speakers, the residents at the apartment hear more ambient noise than they would from a performance that's properly screened on the rooftop. So I do recognize that the covenant restrictions as submitted to the owner, we have reviewed them, and the owner is in substantial agreement with the covenants. We thought we might submit the findings of the acoustic engineer and ask the board to revisit item 5 and consider an assessment where we believe we can provide a solution accommodating a screening that addresses the concerns of the plainly audible noise. And we would ask item 5 to be edited to allow for us to work with the planning department and the acoustic engineer to provide adequate screening to the Park Avenue size as reflected within the rendering, to provide acoustic deafening for the performers and speakers. Thank you. As a background noise.
Thank you. Why don't we go to Ms. Wozniak for a report, and then we'll come back, because to Mr. Frugieri's point, I think I'm left more confused after your presentation than I was prior to it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the previous hearing, the board reserved decision in order to see sound attenuation and visual screening along the eastern side of the proposed rooftop area, as there are apartments across Park Avenue. Since then, the applicant has provided a rendering showing a 6.5-foot high wood slat wall with evergreen plantings along the rooftop facing Park Avenue. The applicant has also prepared an acoustic study, but it has not yet been reviewed by staff. If the board feels comfortable entertaining the possibility of outdoor music, planning would recommend the board reserve decision so we have time to review the study provided. Draft conditions which prohibit outdoor music, entertainment, and speakers have been prepared. However, if the board feels comfortable with the acoustic analysis provided by the representative tonight, the conditions can be amended to permit outdoor music. It's important to note that 68-257.1N does prohibit the use of outdoor speakers in connection with outside seating and bar service. So permitting outdoor music would require a variance from the ZBA or a waiver from this board, which would require another public hearing.
Mr. Bruno?
Ms. Wozniak, I'm just going to ask a really simple question. Why would this particular application be differentiated from the one that was just previously heard, where we didn't allow any music and the screening walls were 8.5 feet high instead of 6.5? Do we have a justification for the difference? I mean, we have one, we've approved one, and on the second one, it doesn't look like we're doing the same thing as we did on the first one.
Yeah, I mean, this one obviously doesn't mirror the other one. I think one of my suggestions was, especially if sound is the biggest concern, was maybe that wall that the applicant provided on this application at least meet the height of the other one, because it is 2 feet taller. And I mean, typically people are, 6 feet and under, but you could have, I guess, someone a little bit taller. I know sound kind of travels in all directions. As far as the music, I mean, the previous applicant just had no issue with it. They didn't want it. So I guess that's really it. This one wants it. I know rooftop bars are new and we kind of don't know their effects yet. So it is, something to take seriously, with outside music.
Yeah, the last applicant also wanted, I mean, that was the contention between me and Mr. Bertolino, was the fact that he wanted the speaker and wanted the outside music. The reason for the increase in the height of the wall was not only sound attenuation, but I also raised last time the fact that there are apartments directly across the street from this.
Yes,
Which is people
yes.
peering in as people are looking out their apartments.
Yes.
Windows.
Yes. So I think, and I do appreciate the points. The two things. The setting of this restaurant is different than the setting of the other one. I'm sorry, of the rooftop bars is different than the one that's across the street. I do appreciate the 8.5-foot wall that was proposed. And in fact, I did have dialogue regarding it, how that height was achieved. How did we come up with that height? I actually have a little section diagram I can offer to the board that the 6.5-foot that we proposed is based on occupancy of the second floor rooftop, looking at an occupant's height, and the diagonal of the line of sight to the second story windows and line of sight to the third story windows, which are the Village Place across the street, and the acoustic, if you will, from the performer set back on the roof. So that's the difference is that the 6'6" up to 6'10", we propose a 6'6" as Kelly had referenced. We have a range from 5'5" to 6'10", that when we look at it sectionally is where that wall wants to be based on the proximity of Village Place. So it's an engineered. It's truly an engineered. It's about line of sight. It's about acoustic value, etc. It's not an arbitrary height. We didn't pick 6'6" versus 8'6" as an arbitrary height. Yeah, I forgot the second question. I'm sorry, guys.
The second issue was about music at all, but
Yes.
I will say, Mr. Bush, you did say that there's a difference between the two, and I have to agree with you. One of them is next to a park with a gazebo, and yours is across the street from apartments. So I have to be honest, just the very nature of that makes me a little more concerned about yours than theirs. So, and I have to tell you, I can only speak for myself, but I wouldn't be surprised if the rest of the board agrees with me on this, is that I think we're trying to set a level of understanding of what's going to be a standard when rooftop bars are done. So that was really the reason I asked Ms. Wozniak is we spent a lot of time to get to that first one, okay? And I'm saying I expected that set a standard. And that's really the question I'm asking. If it didn't, I need to know that. Are we going to do them all differently? So it's really a general question. I'm not questioning how you came up with yours. I'm questioning why we didn't develop a standard, or maybe we did develop a standard. That's what I'm trying to find out here. But I think I have to tell you, my recollection is that the chairman's opinion, the chairman was very clear about music on the last one. And I think we all kind of agreed with that, especially since the code specifically prohibits live music. So I, for one, can tell you, I don't see myself coming off that issue. And as far as the height of the wall, I leave that to Ms. Wozniak to tell me whether there was a reason we chose 8.5 in the other one, or if this is something that's negotiable depending upon location.
Yes, I appreciate that. I think and I'm with you. I appreciate the standard. I appreciate the introduction of a rooftop occupancy on Main Street in Islip. And I think as we look at a standard as professionals, we have to look at the standard as professionals, not just based on, hey, let's make something X. So the proposal here for this rooftop occupancy is for a dining establishment. It goes into a category of a bar restaurant solely because it has an outdoor seating element, bar element on the second floor. So this is a para todo bien is all about a dining experience. It's not about a live band up on the stage. It's not about late night entertainment. There's no question of hours of operation and closing, etc. The proprietors who we've spoken about before, we're all familiar with the facilities they have and operate, etc. There are no outstanding violations with the town or anything relative to their existing establishments. So this is about a dining experience. And we all know that when we go out dining, there's background music, there's background sound. And that's really what it's about. It's about background ambient sound. It's not about live, it's not about live outdoor big band performance. It's not about DJs or anything like that. It's about a limited acoustic value. And the point of the engineer study, Cerami's engineering study, was that when we look at the fabric of where Village Place exists, and we actually measure the noise conditions which they live in daily, their average ambient noise, the average traffic and noise of Main Street is louder than they're going to experience with a performer or properly placed outdoor speakers on the rooftop, which are acoustically screened.
I asked, and it was one other thing that came to mind, and I don't think the study talks about it. The one thing I would agree with, though, you seem to want to put that solo performer, which is a live performance, and the speakers in the same category. When there's background music, I've never cheered when they're done, but I always do after a solo performer. And I don't know what kind of level of noise that produces. Okay, so I'm just throwing that out. I, for one, the town code is clear about it. I see no reason to come off that. If someone wants music in the background, go down a level and get off the rooftop bar. It's a different experience. Okay, I think that's the whole point of this, is it's a different experience. And fortunately or unfortunately, I think the town code is clearly saying you can have that experience, but you can't have music up there.
I do appreciate the sight of the town code, and it's part of the reasons we're here for the special permit, right? The planning board is part of the reason we go before the zoning board of appeals. With the let's say the continued development of existing properties, with the continued opportunity, et cetera, to have Main Street strive, we challenge that code. We look at that code and we say, what's the best use of it? What is the intent of it versus the best use of it? And that's why we're here tonight and why we presented the findings of the acoustic engineer.
Are there further questions from the board? I obviously, Mr. Bruno, pretty much spoke for how I feel on this. I mean, I just was on the record on the previous application, making sure they were clear about the fact that there was no outdoor music, no loudspeakers, or the rest. And now we're here on the next application asking for a building diagonally across the street for an outdoor performer and loudspeakers. So maybe I missed something. I just don't know how we got there. The other applicant seemed to have gotten our comments last time and moved forward in a direction of what the board asked for. This evening, it seems like we've gone in the opposite direction and moved in a direction away from what the board asked for. So if the board wants to reserve, I'm all for that. If the board wants to say no, I'm all for that as well. So I'll leave it to the colleagues on the board to make a recommendation.
And again, I do appreciate the reflection. I know that during the last hearing, if we looked at it, what we spoke about was one of the things I recollect, if you will, apologize, is that the 62 West Main Street, I believe it is, was in the hearing the week before us. And then we came, and it was actually a statement made that, there's a couple of rooftop bars going on. We want to assess the situation and not make a ruling on anything until we have all of the information in front of us. And with that, I reflected that I look forward to coming back to the next board hearing to present the findings, to look at look at a screen wall, develop, a solution. Unfortunately, I was not given that opportunity because of the ordering of the planning board, submissions. So I think that, again, what I try, and I do respect and appreciate everybody's position. But I think that what I was presenting tonight was, sincere professional insight and findings as to the environment surrounding an existing condition and a method of addressing a need of an experience, right, without pushing the limits of an existing average ambient sound. And it was, I'll tell you, I learned something from it. I really did.
Thank you. Mr. Moriarty and then Mr. Frugieri.
Mr. Bush, I appreciate what you've done. I appreciate the professionalism and the information that's been submitted. My principal concern, I can't speak for the other board members, is I think we want to move cautiously here. We've had a lot of development in downtown Bayshore. We've never had outdoor bars. We've never had rooftop bars. And I think my sense is, I love the project, by the way. I love both of these projects. I think they're great additions to downtown Bayshore. But they both involve components of development that we haven't seen before, quite frankly. And not that, and you might be right. These numbers may be absolutely right on the spot on the mark, that it wouldn't have any significant impact. But we need to, I believe we need to take these steps, cautiously move down this path. Let's get these buildings up. Let's get outdoor bars and restaurants established in downtown Bayshore. And if it's working and there are not sound objections, the door is not permanently closed. But I think right now I'm concerned about taking 3 or 4 quick steps, and then we've got 4 or 5 bars that, as Mr. Bruno indicated, that we thought we set a standard, then the standard slipped, and then someone else comes back in, and there's 4 or 5 of these applications, and there's a noise issue downtown, and we've got major issues to deal with. So again, I appreciate your professionalism. I think the information is very valuable. It might be spot on, but I'm just concerned about us taking too many quick steps without, seeing the reality of what happens out there. And there are apartments literally across the street here that concern me. Those folks moved in with the understanding that they were in downtown. I agree it's more of an urban setting, but they didn't move in across the street from an outdoor bar. And so that's the concern I have in looking at this. Again, the door's not shut completely. I think we should move forward, tentatively, and make sure we come up with a game plan that's applied consistently, because I don't think it's fair if we're suddenly saying, okay, you can have outdoor speakers, you can't. That's not the approach that we want to take. So it may not be what you want to hear, but I mean, I just wanted to give you sort of my sense of what my thinking is.
Appreciate. I'll ask. Is there a condition that we can look at for this item 5 that says that we will, be susceptible to a certain decibel rating, and that it will be reviewed?
I gave my answer. I mean, the question is then we're permitting outdoor entertainment or loudspeakers.
We're permitting outdoor background music. Background sound.
Well, you're going to have outdoor
music.
You're going to have outdoor music, right? Whether you want to call it with loudspeakers or live entertainment, we're creating a condition that's much different than what we just told the previous applicant, Mr. Frugieri.
Yeah, I think Mr. Moriarty summed it up nicely. We need to move incrementally. I live off of Montauk Highway, a fair distance from Montauk Highway, and I can sit out in my backyard during the day and I don't hear Montauk Highway at all. For some reason, when I sit out at night, I hear every car that goes by, every ambulance, whatever it is. You hear it now at night because the surrounding air sounds are much quieter, and sound seems to travel further and louder during the night for some reason. Maybe it's perceived. I don't know. I can't, quantify it, but that's my perception. Hearing what you heard tonight from the board members, I think we're all in sync here. I just have one simple question for you. Can this application move forward without music?
Yes, yes, yes. To the disappointment of the proprietors, absolutely. I think it's, I think it would be, I'm going to say yes. Of course, it's a disappointment to the facts that were presented, to the specifics, provided, et cetera. And average ambient noise within the range of the restaurant opening, et cetera. If we took a good look at the facts that were presented, I think we're closing our eyes to opportunity, even if it's controlled background speakers.
I mean, the way I see it, I love this application. I think it would be a great addition to Bay Shore, downtown Bay Shore. The concern is moving too fast on a new concept and end up with a problem and setting it back. I'd rather move incrementally where we adopt something, and then as time passes, if there's no issues, you can always come back and request something else.
I appreciate that. I think
All right.
I appreciate that. And I think that again, the difference in applications is that we did hire the professional consultant. We took a hard look at it. The decisions we were making here were not arbitrary and capricious. They were.
It's much
based
harder
on
to go
professional
back if you adopt something, right out of the gates. If you adopt something, it's much harder to take something away than to start incrementally and say, okay, rooftops are okay, but no music. If it operates for, I don't know, a period of time and there are no issues and you want to implement some ambient music, that's where you come back to us. And that's my thought.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there further questions from the board? The applicant want anything further?
No, thank you for listening tonight. I appreciate the time.
I make a motion to approve it with no music, the way the condition. let him listen.
Season service comes restrictions. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Is there a motion?
Yeah. I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman, that we grant this application subject to the covenants and restrictions that have been granted.
There's a motion to approve the application with the current covenants and restrictions. Is there a second to that? Second by Mr. Bruno. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? The application is granted.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Everybody get some rest tonight. It's late night.
Final item on the agenda, Town Board Application Recommendation Item 301 West Main Street LLC, CZ 2022-002, north side of Main Street, State Route 27A, between Sunset Road and Seafield Lane, Bay Shore, 301 West Main Street. Applicant requests a change of zone from Residence B and Business 1 to All Business District and a Planning Board special permit for a mixed-use building pursuant to 68-257.1G. Site plan modifications are also requested as part of this application. Good evening.
Good evening again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Anthony Guardino, partner with the law firm of Farrell Fritz, Hauppauge, New York, representing the applicant 301 West Main Street LLC. As you mentioned, the applicant is seeking the change of zone that you just described, and we are also seeking a special permit from the planning board for the mixed-use building that would be allowed in the BD district if the zoning is granted. We would also need two, I think it is, site plan relaxations relating to parking and landscaping. The current proposal that you have before you now is a scaled-down, two-story, 16-unit mixed-use building with approximately 3,364 square feet of commercial space and 40 off-street parking spaces. As the board knows, there's been a long and tortured history to the site. I've worked on it, I think I mentioned last time, I said almost 20 years. Now we're just about at 20 years. We've watched residents oppose various applications for different commercial uses, retail stores, fast food, a bank, convenience store, a gasoline filling station. The site has been an eyesore in the community for a long, long time. Less so now that my client agreed to demolish the old buildings that had been on the site. But nevertheless, the site is vacant. It is overgrown with weeds and other unsightly vegetation. The time is we've believe now to redevelop this property. When we were last before this board back in February of 2022, it's hard to believe that it was a year ago, we presented a proposal at that time for a 3-story, 18-unit mixed-use building. At that time, the planning board heard some comments and concerns from the community. The board also had some concerns. I know the community concerns were focused on the use and also, or primarily focused on the use and the height. But following the hearing, and so the last year, we've been working very closely with planning commissioner and staff to revise the plans to address the concerns about height, parking, and landscaping, which frankly, we believe resulted in a better development plan. So those modifications, just so I can summarize them, the first is a reduction in the number of units from 18 one-bedroom and studios to 16 one-bedroom units. So just 16 units, a reduction in 2 units. There's a reduction in the number of stories from 3 stories to 2 stories. There is now an elimination of the lobby and the central hallways to, I guess they call it like a through style apartment unit with individual front and rear entries for the first and second story units respectively. Now every unit has windows on both the front and the rear elevations, and we believe that this creates a more residential feel. There's an increase in the amount of commercial space from 2,672 square feet, or roughly 15%, and that's been brought up to 3,362 square feet, or 17.4%. We are still deficient or less than what the code requires, but we are closer to compliance now. The residential component of the building is now set back 16 feet from the road. Originally was right on the road. So the residential component is set back 16 feet from Montauk Highway, but the commercial component is only set back 2 feet from Montauk Highway or Main Street. And we believe that this gives the residential component a more residential feel and the commercial component a presence on Montauk Highway that is more appropriate for commercial use. And then finally, the reconfiguration of the building resulted in a slight reduction in the amount of parking. Originally, we were overparked by 4 spaces, and now we require a relaxation of 11 spaces. Basically, 51 parking spaces are required, 40 are provided. But I do point out that there are 8 on-street parking spaces that will be right in front of the building that we believe will be used by the tenants, both the residential and commercial tenants of this building. And I know we can't count those spaces, but the fact of the matter is they are there and they're going to be used. So there's actually going to be 48 usable spaces, 40 that we can count and 8 that will be there that we can't count. And we think that's going to be more than sufficient, for these uses. Essentially, we'll only be short by 3 spaces. And then finally, my client has reviewed the proposed conditions that were circulated by the planning department, and they find them to be acceptable. And that's basically the presentation.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Guardino.
you.
I'm going to turn to Mr. Colgan for a report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This application was previously heard in February of last year. Primary concerns raised at that time were the height of the building, increasing number of apartments in Bayshore, and traffic. As Mr. Guardino stated, since that time, the applicant has revised the application to a 2-story building with additional setback from Main Street and increased landscaping. This is more in keeping with the nature and character of the immediate area and mitigates some of the privacy concerns raised by a number of residents at the public hearing. With regards to the number of apartments, there is no formal moratorium, and the town continues to view all apartment applications that are proposed in the Hamlet of Bayshore. In this particular instance, it's the staff's opinion that this is an appropriate area for the business district, and a mixed-use building is a permitted use via special permit in the business district. And lastly, with regards to the traffic impacts are not anticipated to be any worse than an as-of-right Business 1 development. And in all honesty, this has less of a traffic impact, particularly during the peak hours, than a standard retail or restaurant development would have. So with that, the staff recommends that the board grant the application subject to the attached covenants and restrictions.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Seeing any? Mr. Matamore?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we've all watched this project for what it has turned out to be a number of years. And I think we finally, because of the scale back that Mr. Guardino mentioned, I think we've come to a point that we feel comfortable, at least I do, and I am happy to make a motion to move forward with a decision. And I would move to grant the application as subject to the covenants and restrictions and the parameters that have been discussed between the applicant and the planning department.
Thank you. There's a motion by Mr. Matamore to grant the application subject to the covenants and restrictions. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Bruno. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Let's do a roll call on this then. Ms. Cruz, I'll do a roll call for you. Ms. Cruz? On the motion? On the motion?
Oh, I'm sorry. Say that again.
On the motion, how do you vote?
Oh.
Ms. Matamore?
She's a second.
You made the motion, you're in favor? Thank you. Mr. Moriarty? Opposed. Mr. Bruno?
I'm in favor. I think Inez, you're in favor?
Yes.
Inez is in favor.
Yes. Mr. Brown? Opposed. Mr. Frugieri? It's 3, then I'm opposed. So it's 4 opposed, 3 in favor. The application fails. Failed.
Okay. We'll see you again. I'm running out of land uses here.
I thank you, Ms. Gardner. I'll say I have not been on the board for the other proposals prior to this. I know Ms. Colgan said that there is no formal moratorium right now in Bay Shore. I think some of the board members want to see what happens when the other ones come online. I am not opposed to some of the other uses that I've seen proposed in the past on that property and would support them. I just, as of right now, because of the number of units that are still waiting to come online and the impact that's going to have on the community of Bay Shore, which, is turning into a mini city right now, I think we need to wait and see what happens.
Even
my
though, and I know the vote's been taken, but I mean, even though that this is not really in the downtown area, I mean, this is it's right on the border.
It's still an
of
impact of
Whitewaters.
the Bay Shore community. I mean,
It's Bay Shore mailing address, but yeah, I hear you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there a motion? By Ms. Moriarty, is there a second? By Mr. Brown, all in favor, opposed, we're adjourned. Thank you.